Climate change and universal access to cleaner energy are two of the most pressing challenges of our time. Protecting the planet for future generations, accelerating energy transition, and providing reliable electricity should be addressed simultaneously. Today, about 1 in 5 people have no access to electricity at all. Access to electricity is vital for human development as much as it is for the economic and social development of countries. Our solution is the PowerShip, a modern-day floating power plant. Developed, designed and built entirely by Karpowership. PowerShip is a multi-beneficial turnkey solution that delivers power within days. Karpowership provides the highest efficiency with multi-fuel flexibility and the lowest cost of delivered power. Karpowership's offer is unique and game-changing, delivering the most reliable mid to long-term power supply. PowerShips are constructed in Europe's biggest shipyard in Istanbul, Turkey. Our team of in-house marine, electrical and power engineers carry out the design and construction process for each ship. Now, the PowerShip is ready to sail to any part of the world to connect to the grid for immediate power supply. Unlike conventional power plants, PowerShips offer a fast-track power supply without any financing, construction or completion risks, saving valuable time. Once at its final destination, side mooring is followed by fuel and electrical interconnection. PowerShips light up people's lives. Today, Karpowership's fleet has an installed capacity of more than 7,000 megawatts. We supply to the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Ecuador, Brazil, Senegal, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Sierra Leone, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Gabon, Mozambique, Sudan, Indonesia, and New Caledonia. We have a growing fleet of LNG assets. We have an active construction pipeline to add 3,000 megawatts to our capacity. With 10,000 megawatts of installed capacity, Karpowership is the only builder, owner and operator of a PowerShip fleet in the world. In addition to a power ship and LNG fleet, Karpowership has also constructed a fleet of emergency aid vessels called life ships to provide humanitarian assistance following natural disasters. After the devastating February 2023 earthquake that struck Turkey and Syria, we deployed 2 life ships to the region. One has been serving as a shelter for 12,000 survivors, while the second was transformed into a boarding school for 1,500 local students. Both life ships have been playing a vital role in the community's resilience and recovery ever since. We have been generating electricity for almost 5 million households every year, created more than 100,000 jobs, launched Girl Power and reached more than 55,000 students around the world, planted more than 15,000 saplings across our project locations, supported local fishing communities with equipment, storage facilities and special training. During the pandemic, we supported almost 400,000 people by donating critical ventilators and health equipment. We've built hospitals, set up childcare services and orphanages, and invested in critical infrastructure such as roads and water wells. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are a call for action to end poverty, improve health and education, reduce inequality, and foster economic growth, all while tackling climate change and preserving our environment. We are proud of our role in delivering the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly our role in providing clean, reliable, modern, and affordable energy. By reducing inequalities and providing uninterrupted access to energy to foster economic growth. By contributing towards decent work and economic growth. By enabling quality education through our scholarship programs and gender equality through our Girl Power program. At Karpowership, we are building the future now.
Climate change has become a real issue, impacting every aspect of our lives as individuals and as a business. And so as a responsible organization, we care about the environment, and that is why we have embarked on Project Zero to reduce our carbon emissions to net zero. For us at MTN, Project Zero is not just a carbon reduction target. It is a bold strategic transformation. It represents our long-term ambition to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Through this project, we are fundamentally reimagining how our business operates, embedding sustainability into network design, facility management, and decision-making at all levels. It is about securing MTN's future competitiveness while actively responding to the climate crisis.
Our Project Zero strategy starts where it matters most, and that is at our highest energy consuming sites, particularly the data and switch centers.
Key initiatives include deployment of over 2.4 megawatts of solar energy at high consumption sites like our data centers
in Accra, Kumasi, and other MTN-owned locations.
The installation of a 574 kilowatts power solar photovoltaic system at MTN House, upgrading 84 precision air conditioning units to energy efficient models,
bringing our green energy footprint to 50% at switch and data centers and 54% at cell sites.
The solar infrastructure at MTN House now supplies 32 to 38% of our daily energy demand and has offset approximately 27% of our electricity consumption in just the first few weeks of installation. Beyond emissions reductions, we have seen improved cost efficiency, reduce grid dependency, and enhance operational resilience.
Our ambition is clear: a cleaner, more efficient network that doesn't just keep Ghana connected, it helps protect the planet while doing so.
Our greatest asset in this transition is our people. Sustainability isn't the job of a single unit. It is a mindset we all need to adopt. To embed sustainability into the heart of our business, we need visible, committed leadership. That is why we are empowering our executives as ESG champions. We have chosen to spotlight the Chief Transformation Officer, William Tete, first.
For the public, we welcome continued support, partnerships, and collaboration.
Together, we are not just empowering connections, we are powering a greener, more sustainable future.
MTN is doing its part, and we invite others to join us on this journey.
We pledge to put ESG at the core of our business.
Sustainability,
our collective responsibility.
Today's career day took a different turn. We've done in the past is normally having industry people talking to the students and giving them their life journey in agribusiness. Today, we had the students pitching, coming up with a business idea concept, and then they pitching it to themselves, and then an ideation team made out of people that have worked so many years in the agri value chain. And it was great seeing all these ideas coming from these students today.
Lifestyle skills, social media buzz, campus activations, or community campaigns. And finally, most of these students, this is the first time they are getting an opportunity to hear even about the word pitching and for them to pitch their ideas. Our engagement with them, I think, has been very fruitful. They've gained a lot. We have also learned a lot. We believe that all they did is consistency and polishing. I believe that if they get another opportunity to pitch, they will do things very differently. So I'm very much excited about what has happened here today.
when we add the labor costs, the profits, the breeders.
We live in a country where 95% of. So for the raw pork, we are selling to the restaurants.
Reducing our marketing price. Kit ready for storage.
It's my hope that they will leverage on this, get themselves into business. After all, the most important thing is for you to add value to yourself. And for me, business is the best opportunity. And so for agriculture as an agri-business, it is important for us not just to go to school and study, but then we should be looking for an opportunity where there are gaps, where we'll be able to fill in with our own businesses to make it.
This program, it was not like last year's because this time, most of the students were given the opportunity to engage more with the facilitators or the faculties that were there.
I am part of the winning team of the Tilly Farm program. Today represented on marketing and branding. And then from my experience from the presentation, I've learned to believe in myself because from this experience, I've learned that if you are in a competition or in a program where people are asked to lead, you have to believe in yourself that you can do it.
This is what is needed in our schools. We need to expose our senior high school students to some of these business opportunities so that we do not just run through the course, but then we look for opportunities so that we'll be able to maximize the lot for the good of the country.
Yes, this is a good start for them, and hopefully some of the business ideas that we had today would become real businesses in the future.
So I'd like to thank Tilly Farms very much for this very impactful program. I'll urge them to continue with this program and it will help us, the youth, to help us very well. Thank you.
Caravan is all about educating and supporting the next generation. So we want to shape their mind to build for the next generation, give them a better future.
Kwenungwa founded this school. He is very interested in education. In 1974, the community wanted a big school.
Two desktop that was used by a population about 700. So we had a challenge having the children having first-hand information using the ICT tools. The children now are going to have first-hand experience with the lab. They are going to make good use of what they have seen now.
One person cannot sponsor education. We need all partners to come on board. So we are very grateful to FANMOS, especially training the children to be environmentally conscious.
We see our land, we see our ocean, we see our forest, and everywhere we go, we see it. We see plastic everywhere. So we want our children, we want to shape their minds that we need to cherish the land where we live.
We started our own thing before the FANMOS people came in. So we make the children to segregate. We call it sort it out. We had a black rubber, then the white one. The white one is for sachet rubbers. Then the black one is for papers. And then we have that of the bottles.
If you eat well, healthy, natural products from fruit to vegetable and processed food, and also good product like yogurt, it's much better for you, for your health, than highly sugary, highly salty product. So we want to teach us two things for our children.
So Queen on God, one more time, say amen!
I started to be part of the collection of the to keep the environment clean and win a prize for myself and my school.
We least expected that collecting just wrappers will earn us getting this ICT lab.
I'm thanking them for not letting me down. Family, thank you.
Tired of searching endlessly for the right job? With Jobberman, you are in control. We connect you to top job opportunities right at your fingertips. But it doesn't stop there. Jobberman also offers essential skills training so that you can grow and stay competitive. Plus, you will get personalized job ads for roles tailored to your experience and interests. No more missed opportunities. Unlock your potential, achieve your career goals, and take the next step with Jobberman Ghana today. Sign up now and start your journey towards a better career.
Start every day with delicious chocolatey Twisco, enriched with Enafort, a blend of energy-boosting vitamins and minerals. And where are you two going?
We are training to be winners.
Little winners drink Twisco with Enafort. Twisco, power your dream.
This advert is FDA approved.
Yes, that's the true blood. That's the true blood. That's the true blood. Hey, Alandio! Alande!
Yeah, Alande.
Ghana Pay, Alandio!
Do more your way on Ghana Pay. Send and receive money at zero transaction fees. Pay bills, buy airtime and data, transfer money in and out of your bank account, and so much more with Ghana Pay. Dial *707# to register for Ghana Pay or download the Ghana Pay app from the Play Store or App Store.
Hey, then Alande.
Ghana Pay Alande. Ghana Pay. Your money, your way.
Hello. Remember the 90s? In those days, if you wanted to advertise your business, you had very few options. GTV, Daily Graphic, or a billboard in town. And that meant you needed a big budget.
Why are you running?
And then social media changed everything. Now, everyone can promote their business, even for free. But with everyone running social media ads, how do you stand out?
I offer you nothing else.
Your videos need to stop people in their tracks. Just like you've stopped to watch this video. Say it's engaging. Want to create professional videos that grab attention for your business or personal brand? Join our smartphone videography class to learn how to create professional content for social media for just 499 cedis. Call or WhatsApp us 055 44 19 821. See you in class.
Climate change and universal access to cleaner energy are two of the most pressing challenges of our time. Protecting the planet for future generations, accelerating energy transition, and providing reliable electricity should be addressed simultaneously. Today, about 1 in 5 people have no access to electricity at all. Access to electricity is vital for human development as much as it is for the economic and social development of countries. Our solution is the PowerShip, a modern-day floating power plant. Developed, designed and built entirely by Karpowership. PowerShip is a multi-beneficial turnkey solution that delivers power within days. Karpowership provides the highest efficiency with multi-fuel flexibility and the lowest cost of delivered power. Karpowership's offer is unique and game-changing, delivering the most reliable mid- to long-term power supply. PowerShips are constructed in Europe's biggest shipyard in Istanbul, Turkey. Our team of in-house marine, electrical and power engineers carry out the design and construction process for each ship. Now, the PowerShip is
to welcome you all to Women in PR Summit 2019. It's organized with the aim to create a platform for women in the industry to engage, aid, network, mentor, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
I'm so much in love with Women in PR and what they are doing because it is so unique, and it's new. I'm meeting new people, I'm getting to network, and I believe that this is really just the beginning of bigger things for women in PR in Ghana.
Basically, PR professionals, we serve as a bridge between our institutions and the stakeholders. Is that not it? So it's our responsibility to create a positive image about our organization.
This year's Women in PR Summit, compared to the previous years, I'd say that this year has gone a step higher and it's been very good, very educative, very inspiring.
As communication professionals, when you want to move up, the fear will be there, but have that emotional courage and know that if you learn, as Darren said, you learn and you know how to collaborate, you'll be able to achieve results.
As PR people, you need to read to generate facts. Everything we do is facts, that you analyze them. But if you don't have the facts, you can never analyze. So all your findings, all your outputs will be based on hearsay. And the beginning of that is gaining knowledge.
Your job is not going to stop government, but to find a win-win solution. And how do you do that? Proactively build a relationship with externals. And that you have a positive impact on your business and also positive impact on the society.
The conversations generated out of this summit, I believe a lot of people who came in today have been inspired, know what to do beyond this place to become great leaders in their respective organizations. It is an honor to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Women in PR Ghana Summit, a yearly event organized with the aim to create a platform for women and professionals in the communication space to learn, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
Content marketing, which is what we should all be trying to do, is how can I use all of the various types of media out there to build trust between consumers, the audience, and my brand or my company.
It's about collaboration. That's why I said journalism and PR are two sides of the same coin. You can't go with one side. You're going to buy something with a coin. You can't say I'm using the heads to buy the thing, I'm keeping the tail. No.
So in the midst of crisis, how do we communicate? Do you prepare for crisis or you wait for crisis to come before you prepare? My answer will be that we prepare for crisis. You know the industry in which you are operating. So what are the likely things that can occur in that industry?
MTN is very pleased to be associated with the Women in PR Summit for the second time since its inception 5 years ago. I would like to congratulate Faith and her team for building Women in PR right from the beginning and for putting this amazing summit together.
The way we see our journalists, I think we need to give them a bit more respect because we do the job in the public domain. Everybody will see your mistake, they will also see your greatness.
What's the best way to manage the adrenaline that PR practitioners go through in the events that there's crisis? Because it is this adrenaline that causes us to rush to the journalist without necessarily rethinking our decisions.
I think when you show transparency and availability to journalists on any issue, sometimes not necessarily they quote you directly, but you give them proper background and constant negotiation or engagement with them.
I think one of the lingering and very worrying
things I've heard on radio and seen, and it's really even beyond our borders. Is where if an organization does something, where they call it a PR gimmick, or they're doing PR, like where they think that PR is all about stats.
Think about a triangle, and then you have your strengths, you have where you need to improve, and then you have the currency. You're trying to see if there's a connection, and you're trying to figure out, do I need to do more work so I can play with that currency, or do I already have a strength that I can play up in that currency? For me, the currency is executive presence. I cannot go to a meeting and be like, oh my gosh, oh what? I don't even know what happened. I can't do that.
Oh, Anyami, you for do the whole lot in your pack. Oh, it coming rough.
Driver, I don't waste your time, sir.
Buying insurance just got as easy as walking into a Shell shop and picking it off the shelf. Introducing the Hollard Insure Pack. Just scan the QR code in the box, click on the link that appears, enter your car details on WhatsApp, assisted by Araba Hollard, and bam! Officer just has to use the insurance short code *920*57# to verify.
Why you lucky? Next time, two. Oh, Anyami, you for do the whole lot in your pack. Oh, it coming rough.
The Hollard Insure Pack. It's so easy.
Driver, I don't waste your time, sir.
Buying insurance just got as easy as walking into a Shell shop and picking it off the shelf. Introducing the Hollard Insure Pack. Just scan the QR code in the box, click on the link that appears, enter your car details on WhatsApp, assisted by Araba Hollard, and bam! Officer just has to use the insurance short code *920*57# to verify.
Why you lucky? Next time, two. Oh, Anyami, you for do the whole lot in your pack. Oh, it coming rough.
The Hollard Insure Pack. It's so easy.
Driver.
Climate change and universal access to cleaner energy are two of the most pressing challenges of our time. Protecting the planet for future generations, accelerating energy transition, and providing reliable electricity should be addressed simultaneously. Today, about 1 in 5 people have no access to electricity at all. Access to electricity is vital for human development as much as it is for the economic and social development of countries. Our solution is the PowerShip, a modern-day floating power plant. Developed, designed and built entirely by Karpowership. PowerShip is a multi-beneficial turnkey solution that delivers power within days. Karpowership provides the highest efficiency with multi-fuel flexibility and the lowest cost of delivered power. Karpowership's offer is unique and game-changing, delivering the most reliable mid to long-term power supply. PowerShips are constructed in Europe's biggest shipyard in Istanbul, Turkey. Our team of in-house marine, electrical and power engineers carry out the design and construction process for each ship. Now, the PowerShip is ready to sail to any part of the world to connect to the grid for immediate power supply. Unlike conventional power plants, PowerShips offer a fast-track power supply without any financing, construction or completion risks, saving valuable time. Once at its final destination, side mooring is followed by fuel and electrical interconnection. PowerShips light up people's lives. Today, Karpowership's fleet has an installed capacity of more than 7,000 megawatts. We supply to the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Ecuador, Brazil, Senegal, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Sierra Leone, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Gabon, Mozambique, Sudan, Indonesia, and New Caledonia. We have a growing fleet of LNG assets. We have an active construction pipeline to add 3,000 megawatts to our capacity. With 10,000 megawatts of installed capacity, Karpowership is the only builder, owner and operator of a PowerShip fleet in the world. In addition to a power ship and LNG fleet, Car Power Ship has also constructed a fleet of emergency aid vessels called life ships to provide humanitarian assistance following natural disasters. After the devastating February 2023 earthquake that struck Turkey and Syria, we deployed 2 life ships to the region. One has been serving as a shelter for 12,000 survivors, while the second was transformed into a boarding school for 1,500 local students. Both life ships have been playing a vital role in the community's resilience and recovery ever since. We have been generating electricity for almost 5 million households every year, created more than 100,000 jobs, launched Girl Power, and reached more than 55,000 students around the world. Planted more than 15,000 saplings across our project locations. Supported local fishing communities with equipment, storage facilities, and special training. During the pandemic, we supported almost 400,000 people by donating critical ventilators and health equipment. We've built hospitals, set up childcare services and orphanages, and invested in critical infrastructure such as roads and water wells. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are a call for action to end poverty, improve health and education, reduce inequality, and foster economic growth, all while tackling climate change and preserving our environment. We are proud of our role in delivering the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly our role in providing clean, reliable, modern, and affordable energy. By reducing inequalities and providing uninterrupted access to energy to foster economic growth. By contributing towards decent work and economic growth. By enabling quality education through our scholarship programs and gender equality through our Girl Power program. At Car Power Ship, we are building the future now.
Climate change has become a real issue, impacting every aspect of our lives as individuals and as a business. And so as a responsible organization, we care about the environment, and that is why we have embarked on Project Zero to reduce our carbon emissions to net zero. For us at MTN, Project Zero is not just a carbon reduction target. It is a bold strategic transformation. It represents our long-term ambition to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Through this project, we are fundamentally reimagining how our business operates, embedding sustainability into network design, facility management, and decision-making at all levels. It is about securing MTN's future competitiveness while actively responding to the climate crisis.
Our Project Zero strategy starts where it matters most, and that is at our highest energy consuming sites, particularly the data and switch centers.
Key initiatives include deployment of over 2.4 megawatts of solar energy at high consumption sites like our data centers
in Accra, Kumasi, and other MTN-owned locations.
The installation of a 574 kilowatts power solar photovoltaic system at MTN House, upgrading 84 precision air conditioning units to energy efficient models,
bringing our green energy footprint to 50% at switch and data centers and 54% at cell sites.
The solar infrastructure at MTN House now supplies 32 to 38% of our daily energy demand and has offset approximately 27% of our electricity consumption in just the first few weeks of installation. Beyond emissions reductions, we have seen improved cost efficiency, reduce grid dependency, and enhance operational resilience.
Our ambition is clear: a cleaner, more efficient network that doesn't just keep Ghana connected, it helps protect the planet while doing so.
Our greatest asset in this transition is our people. Sustainability isn't the job of a single unit. It is a mindset we all need to adopt. To embed sustainability into the heart of our business, we need visible, committed leadership. That is why we are empowering our executives as ESG champions. We have chosen to spotlight the Chief Transformation Officer, William Tete, first.
For the public, we welcome continued support, partnerships, and collaboration.
Together, we are not just empowering connections, we are powering a greener, more sustainable future.
MTN is doing its part, and we invite all.
And I see a number of you here. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. You're welcome to the 10th Women in PR Ghana Summit 2026. My name is Francisca Kakra-Forsen. I'm a journalist and a lawyer, and I'm privileged to host this event. I think over the 10 years, Women in PR has been not just a group, but a sort of convening point for professionals in industry. And if I may ask that we put a round of applause for ourselves, including the men. So when we use the women, the men are included. Thank you so much and welcome. We apologize for the late start because indeed we were to start at 10 o'clock, but circumstances beyond our control and putting things together meant that we had to push the start back a bit. Okay. So this is just housekeeping. If we can move closer, those who are at the back, if we could just come forward a bit so that we make the picture taking a bit seamless and look better. We don't want to look bad on social media. We're live on social media, I believe. And the hashtags for this official gathering is, the first is 10th WIPR Summit 2026. So hashtag 10 TH WIPR Summit 2026. We also have Women in PR Ghana. I said, wow, so a group of women are going to meet, and it's not going to be infighting or talking about their hair and their bags, but they're going to talk about industry matters. So I told a reporter to make sure that they do attend and cover. And I called the founding president, Faith Oklu. And so I engaged her, and very soft-spoken, I must say. She told me the rationale behind it. And then she extended an invitation to me, and I told her, but I'm a journalist. And she said, well, the industry is broad and all experiences matter. And that was 6 years ago. And today I'm happy to stand here as we celebrate 10 years. So you beat me to it. I was going to ask that we put our hands together for that. 10 years is no mean task. And I think that the existence and continuity of women in PR breaks every stereotype. So with the hashtags I've given, you could do a selfie, get a group, somebody sitting by you, take a picture, and make sure that we trend. We too, we must trend. Relevant women meeting and convening must trend. Take a selfie, take a picture of the nice background we have here, and post it up with the hashtags. Remember that we have 3 hashtags: 10th WIPR Summit 2026, Women in PR Ghana, and WIPR Summit. Can we do that? Oh, I'm not by CalBank. We also like to say a big thank you to Newmont, MTN Ghana, Ghana Pay, Car Powership, Mahogany Consult, Ghana Link, Vivo Energy, Pollard, Fun Milk, Del Cielo, Promacidor, Brickstone Construction, Flatter and Snooze, Tilly Farms, Jobberman Ghana, Happy Program, Unimac, Global Media Alliance, Easy Tag Technologies, and Kira's Special Foods. We also have some partners that I would like to acknowledge. Comms of Africa, Nueva Communication, Excelsis Communication of Africa, YFM, MX24, GH1, Star FM, Joy Prime, Business and Financial Times, Daily Guide, and Northern Report. So at this point, I'd like us to get into the program, and let's call on the President of Women in PR Ghana, Madame Josephine Sani, to give us the welcome address.
Thank you, Kaka. The founder of Women in PR Ghana, Faith, the Vice President of the Institute of Public Relations Ghana, Mr. Donald Drea, the Advisory Council, the Executive Committee of the Women in PR Ghana. Some of them are not here, but I know they are watching us live. Our distinguished speakers, our partners and sponsors, members of the Women in PR Ghana community, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the 10th edition of the Women in PR Ghana Summit. 10 years ago, this was just an idea, but it was a bold idea that women professionals and students in the communications industry deserve a platform to learn, network, mentor one another, and be empowered with the right tools and resources to make a difference in this profession. Personally, and just like Francesca said, the first time I heard it, I had my thoughts, usually when women come together, yeah. And I didn't imagine that it was going to grow into one of Ghana's most respected professional bodies for women. But here we are. And so before I go on, I think we should all give Faith a well-deserved round of applause. And if we can get up, that would be great. For her vision and her courage. Well done, Faith. Thank you. Now, 10 years ago, I recently wrote on LinkedIn that if you are counting the achievements of the women in PR community, count me twice. Because I benefited firsthand from the mentorship opportunities that this community has offered. And the network has also really elevated my profile, and they've challenged me in times when I felt stuck or I was experiencing some sort of imposter syndrome. And there are times that they'll go like, there was this job opportunity that I didn't want to apply for, and they're like, no, you need to, because you're doing it for all of us. Next year, when we come here, we want to celebrate that achievement. And they did. And they cheered the loudest. And they've been doing that for every single milestone since I joined this community. And so for me, it's a full circle moment, and I'm very, very privileged and proud to have led the team of brilliant executive members to organize this milestone edition of the summit. Today, communications has earned its place as a strategic business function operator. Around the world, communications leaders are increasingly sitting closer to the CEO and playing a central role in enhancing organizational strategy, reputation, and stakeholder trust. So it's very clear that communications has become a boardroom priority. Yet, while women make up a significant proportion of communications professionals, many still face barriers to reaching the highest levels of organizational leadership and influence. So our challenge really is to groom more women to lead, influence policy, and drive organizational and national transformation. Hence the theme for this year's summit, positioning women in PR as catalysts for strategic change and influence. And this year's summit has been particularly special because for the first time, we transformed from a 2-day summit to a 3-day summit. And we began with our maiden student masterclass, which we organized in collaboration with the Department of Communication Studies at UNIMAC, and Jobberman Happy program. It was our way of investing intentionally into the next generation of communications professionals by helping bridge the gap between classroom learning and industry practice. Now, throughout the day, the students gained practical insights into career pathways, professional presence, workplace readiness, interview skills, and one of the highlights of the day was the Crisis Communications Challenge, where the students worked in teams to analyze and respond to real-life crisis scenarios. And I must say the quality of their thinking, the creativity of their solutions, and the confidence with which they presented really blew my mind. And it was a great reminder that indeed, the future of this profession is in capable hands. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the professionals who generously give their time to mentor, challenge, and inspire our students. Your investments in the next generation will have a lasting impact. Yesterday, we shifted our focus to strategic influence in an era of rapid change, and we're privileged to hear thought-provoking keynote addresses from two women whose careers exemplify purpose, influence, and transformational leadership. I'm referring to Josephine and Lucy Quiz. And their insights challenge us to think differently about leadership, advocacy, and the influence we can each wield beyond our titles. We also explored emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and data. We explored how these are reshaping the communications landscape through our engaging panel discussion that challenged us to embrace innovation while remaining grounded in ethics, authenticity, and strategic thinking. Again, I would like to show appreciation to our speakers, our facilitators, moderators, partners, and every participant who contributed to the rich conversations yesterday. I think you all deserve a round of applause. I'm sure by this time somebody is saying in the head, speech back on, applause, baby. But today is really all about celebration, so please humor me. Today, and now we're at the final day of our 10th summit. And if the first 2 days have been about expanding our thinking, today's conversation will challenge us to look inward, to reflect on our leadership journeys, the careers we're building, the legacy we want to leave, and the responsibility we each carry to lift others as we rise. As we celebrate this milestone together, let's remember that the true success of the women in PR community is not really in the number of summits that we organize every year, but by the lives that we have touched, the leaders we've nurtured, and the influence we continue to build together. So to our distinguished speakers, thank you for gracefully honoring our invitation to share your knowledge. Some of you were with us when we started, and it's great to see that you've been with us, you've supported us, and you're here again to support us for our 10th. We're really, really grateful. To our sponsors and partners, thank you for believing in our vision and investing in this profession. To the members and participants, thank you for making the Women in PR Ghana the vibrant community it is today. My sincere appreciations also to the Advisory Council. Someone recently asked me, she was like, how is it like working with the Advisory Council? And I was like, they are wise women. And they give very good counsel. I mean, sometimes they say something like, wow, why didn't I think of it? They're really quiet, they're hiding in some corner, but they see everything and they give great counsel, the best counsel ever. Thank you. To my fellow executives, Charlie, you guys, you do all. This morning, somebody told me, relax, let us soak all the pressure. And that's how it's been from the beginning of the planning to now. They've been amazing. And I really, really cherish your support. Thank you. Special thanks also to our volunteers for your dedication. Last night, some of them were here till midnight. We see you and we value your support. Now, finally, to every young woman in the room, and I see a lot of you here, if you're wondering whether you belong in these spaces where decisions are made, let me tell you this. You don't have to wait for influence to be given to you. Build it, earn it, use it wisely. And when you finally get there, don't forget to reach back and bring someone else along. Now, as we celebrate our 10th summit, let us recommit ourselves to becoming exceptional communicators, trusted advisors, ethical leaders, that's very important, and catalysts for strategic influence and change. Thank you all and welcome once again to the summit.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Speech back, applause, Bibri. And indeed, kudos to you and your team. As late as 10 p.m., you and I were still on WhatsApp engaging, preparing for today. Well, at this point, we'll take a recap. Madam President did indicate that there have been 2 sessions already. The first, which was 2 days before today, and the second was yesterday. And so we'll take a video to recap the 2 previous sessions. I believe there are more. The previous years. Okay, so clearly I wasn't paying attention last night. So we'll be looking at the summits that have happened before this very important one. A round of applause and we'll see the video.
Welcome you all to Women in PR Summit 2019, organized with the aim to create a platform for women in the industry to engage, aid, network, mentor, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
I'm so much in love with Women in PR and what they are doing because it is so unique, and it's new. I'm meeting new people, I'm getting to network, and I believe that this is really just the beginning of bigger things for women in PR in Ghana.
Basically, PR professionals, we serve as a bridge between our institutions and the stakeholders. Is that not it? So it's our responsibility to create a positive image about our organization.
This year's Women in PR Summit, compared to the previous years, I'd say that this year has gone a step higher, and it's been very good, very educative, very inspiring.
As communication professionals, when you want to move up, the fear will be there. But have that emotional courage and know that if you learn, as Clarence said, you learn and you know how to collaborate, you'll be able to achieve results.
As PR people, you need to read to generate facts. Everything we do is facts that you analyze them. But if you don't have the facts, you can never analyze. So all your findings, all your outputs will be based on hearsay. And the beginning of that is gaining knowledge.
Your job is not going to stop government, but to find a win-win solution. And how do you do that? Proactively build a relationship with externals. And that you have a positive impact on your business and also positive impact on the society.
The conversations generated out of this summit, I believe a lot of people who came in today have been inspired, know what to do beyond this place to become great leaders in their respective organizations. It is an honor to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Women in PR Ghana Summit, a yearly event organized with the aim to create a platform for women and professionals in the communication space to learn, share ideas and opportunities with one another.
Content marketing, which is what we should all be trying to do, is how can I use all of the various types of media out there to build trust between consumers, the audience, and my brand or my company.
It's about collaboration. That's why I said journalism and PR are two sides of the same coin. You can't go with one side. If you're going to buy something with a coin, you can't say I'm using the heads to buy the thing, I'm keeping the tail. No.
So in the midst of crisis, how do we communicate? Do you prepare for crisis or you wait for crisis to come before you prepare? My answer will be that we prepare for crisis. You know the industry in which you are operating. So what are the likely things that can occur in that industry?
MTN is very pleased to be associated with the Women in PR Summit for the second time since its inception 5 years ago. I would like to congratulate Faith and her team for building Women in PR right from the beginning and for putting this amazing summit together.
The way we see our journalists, I think we need to give them a bit more respect because we do the job in the public domain. Everybody will see your mistake, they will also see your greatness.
What's the best way to manage the adrenaline that PR practitioners go through in the events that there's crisis? Because it is this adrenaline that causes us to rush to the journalist without necessarily rethinking our decisions.
I think when you show transparency and availability to the journalist on any issue, sometimes not necessarily they quote you directly, but you give them proper background and constant negotiation or engagement with them.
I think one of the lingering and very worrying things I've heard on radio and seen, and it's really even beyond our borders, is where if an organization does something, where they call it a PR gimmick, or they're doing PR, like where they think that PR is all about stats.
Think about a triangle, and then you have your strengths, you have
where you need to improve, and then you have the currency. You're trying to see if there's a connection, and you're trying to figure out, do I need to do more work so I can play with that currency, or do I already have a strength that I can play up in that currency? For me, the currency is executive presence. I cannot go to a meeting and be like, oh my gosh, oh, what? I don't even know what happened. I can't do that.
I get hints of some of the conversations that have been had over the years. In this business, data is non-negotiable. It's sort of our gold. I think we can all agree to that. And in our collection and managing and use of data, we need to ensure that we are ethical. We need to ensure that we comply with what ethics require of us, certain basic honesty, truthfulness, sincerity. And I think that leads us into the next session of this event, which is session 1. We're going to have a panel discussion, and the topic is handling data responsibly. Handling data responsibly. A lot of the time, especially as journalists, we get bashed a lot for how we use people's data, for the kind of commentary and the things that we allow to go on air. This will be an interesting conversation because we've got a power team of panel that's going to discuss it. But I'll introduce the panel so they can wave and you get to know them. But I will introduce the moderator who will then come and introduce further the panel members. So this conversation about handling data responsibly, implications of Ghana's data protection law for PR and communication, will include Madame Teki Akwete, founder and executive director of the Africa Digital Rights Hub. If we can get a wave, yes. Madame Ohenewa Brown is a communications consultant. She will also be part of this conversation. Mr. Senanu Dacha, Head of Information Security at CalBank PLC. Great. And for this all-important conversation, our moderator is Abigail Kale-Clegg, Communications Specialist at Newmont. Abigail? Exactly. Abigail, let me do small PR for you, like they said. So let's get to know our moderator. Abigail Kale-Clegg is a seasoned communications practitioner with over a decade of experience translating complex corporate narratives into communications that build trust, drive adoption, and engage diverse stakeholders across Ghana. As communications specialist at Newmont, she provides strategic communications counsel across the company's business here in Ghana, leading initiatives that span reputation management, stakeholder engagement, and media relations, as well as content strategy. Before Newmont, Abigail built her reputation at Airtel Tigo and Stratcom Africa, where she served blue-chip clients, including Google Ghana, Microsoft Ghana, and MTN. That breadth across mining, telecoms, and strategic consultancy gives her a rare cross-sector perspective on how communications drives business and social outcomes. Abigail holds an MSc in International Marketing Strategy from the University of Northampton, UK, and a BA in Communication Studies from the Ghana Institute of Journalism, now University of Media, Arts and Communications, UNIMAC. She's duly accredited by the Chartered Institute of Public Relations UK and the Institute of Public Relations Ghana, and was recently recognized as one of Ghana's top 10 women in PR. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Abigail Kale-Clegg.
Thank you. And that brings me to our top because that's a lot of data there. And when I was watching the video, I was like, 10 years, and they've got all the videos from each and every session all over the 10 years. So thank you and well done, Faith. I'll just introduce our panel, and we've got Teki Akwete. Teki is the founder and executive director of the Africa Digital Rights Hub, LBG, a think and action tank on digital rights issues in Africa. And as Ghana's first Data Protection Commission's executive director, she facilitated and implemented the Data Protection Act. She's also a senior partner at Insia Akwete & Co., a law firm based in Accra, Ghana, that specialized in information technology and telecommunication law in Africa. Teki is an IT and telecom lawyer whose work for nearly 2 decades spans privacy and data protection, technology, data governance, digital economy, cybersecurity, child online safety across various African countries. She's had also previously worked for the government of Ghana in the development of several key legislation for the ICT sector and worked in various capacities with bodies such as the World Bank, EU, GIZ, ECOWAS, and the African Union. We'll move on to Ohenewa Brown. So maybe I can have Teki come forward. And then we've got Ohenewa Brown. Ohenewa is a strategic communications and public relations practitioner with over a decade of experience delivering communication solutions across corporate development and public sectors. She's currently a communications and public relations consultant, providing communication support to organizations, programs, business leaders, and development projects. Her work spans communication strategy development and stakeholder engagement, reputation management, media relations, crisis communications, and public relations. Ms. Brown has developed extensive knowledge in data protection and privacy. During her engagement with the Cybersecurity Authority as a communications consultant, her contribution to advancing cybersecurity awareness and strategic communications was acknowledged by Dr. Albert Inchubie-Sekun in his publication on Ghana's cybersecurity journey. She's the Vice President of Women in PR Ghana. Let's welcome Ohenewa. And then we have Mr. Senanu Dacha. I hope I didn't butcher your name. He's an accomplished cybersecurity, information security, IT audit, and technology risk professional with over 18 years of experience across banking, financial services, and consulting in Ghana and Africa. He currently serves as the head of information security at CalBank PLC, where he leads the bank's cybersecurity strategy, information security governance, and cyber resilience initiatives to protect critical information assets while supporting regulatory compliance in an increasingly complex landscape. So let's welcome Mr. Senanu. All right. Hello. Okay, so before we get into the conversation, now this is a very important conversation, I think, for all of us as communications professionals. We deal with a lot of data, photos, videos, like what we watched. We've got access to stakeholder database, employee stories, and a whole lot more. And this topic is relevant because it's about how we protect people's data. Now, the Ghana The Ghana Data Protection Act talks about protecting the privacy of individuals and regulates how personal information is collected, used, stored, and shared. And so as communications professionals, every day, as we use people's information, get involved with using data, we have a responsibility to protect people's data tightly and ensure that we store it appropriately and share them appropriately. So to start, I just want to find out from our panelists, when we talk about data protection, what comes to mind? And I would like all of you to take it.
Hello. Okay. I think when we started, someone said data is gold. And because it's gold, it needs to be adequately protected. And it is important that as PR professionals, as communication professionals, every form of information we get, we need to adequately protect it. Because the reason why it's important for that protection is because that data can become a tool that can actually lead to a distraction of an organization. The kind of information you have can actually lead to a reputational risk that your organization can face. If you are not careful, there may be regulatory compliance issues that you may face if you don't handle that data well. Because as that data gets out of hand and is not properly communicated or is not properly disclosed, the end results can be very devastating for an organization. This is why it's important that as practitioners, we must learn to be able to protect this data and prevent it from getting out without going through the necessary ethical considerations before it's disclosed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that for us as practitioners and everybody, that's very important because data cuts across. All of us at every point in time and each day come across data. And so it is important for us to understand what exactly the data is meant for. Having this understanding helps us to know at what point and who even comes in contact with that particular data. But most importantly, data protection or data ethics is not a responsibility of us as practitioners only. This is a responsibility that must start. It must be ingrained in the culture of the organization. The organization must have it as part of their DNA. Because, for example, you cannot say that I am, so for example, an organization that has motto saying that we there for you. And how are you dealing with the data in a manner that upholds the dignity of the individuals that you've collected their data? And so data ethics and handling of data properly deals with the dignity of the individuals. And it's important for us to look at it from that holistic perspective. Because if it is a responsibility that we solely ship or push to the communicators, then what it means is that there are other auxiliaries or departments in an organization who may not necessarily look at this from that perspective. They would only be doing a checkbox kind of thing. It is compliance issue, it's a legal issue. Let's look at it from that perspective. But it has to be in the DNA, in the culture. And so every single person from the entrance, which is the security person, to the front desk individual, to everybody that is part of that business should be able to understand what it means when it comes to data ethics.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that I want to start responding to that question, and forgive my voice. I've been cheering Black Stars. I think now it can, I may get it back in the next few weeks because there's no screaming again. So data protection is an inherent thing in all of us as human beings. I want us to look at it from that perspective before we come down into looking at what the law says and why the law says what it says. Okay, so as human beings, information has already been ingrained in us. It is part of how we function as humans, right? We thrive on relations, and that relationship thrives on trust, and that trust thrives on what we give at any point in time. So if you take something as simple as a household, right? Even when a child is born, a child that may not have been taught data protection or whatever, trades information with its parents on a need-to-know basis. Even without training, a baby trusts the mother's voice and warmth and relates to the mother in a way that it will not relate to other people. And that is the essence of data protection. It comes from a room where without you give information on a need to know basis. So you share information based on who it is and what that person is required to know at any particular point in time. And if you even go further back, I have done a lot of research, and it's quite interesting that even if you go back to the very beginning of man, how we live, how we build our homes, right? That notion of privacy or data protection exists in it. If you look at a typical household compound, the kitchen is placed in a different place from the living area, which typically in traditional settings will be called the courtyard, and where people sleep. You would not admit just anybody who would come into the courtyard into your bedroom, but each stage is information, and that information is traded on that basis. And so the idea or the notion of data protection really comes from that inherent right, which is ingrained in us as humans, and it's a way to preserve and protect ourselves. I like to say that our very survival as humans actually depends on our ability to trade information carefully. So that thing that we call data protection or privacy is very much a part of us. Now, the idea of the law, especially in the age where we're processing large amounts of information, where technology and tools have the ability to invade this space and sometimes even take away, right? Today, we have our phones with us. We have our fridges that are talking to us and monitoring what we're eating and all of that. There's that ability to actually share that critical information very easily. And so that is where then data protection laws come in. That is where then your constitution is talking about the fundamental right to privacy and the right to protect your communications comes in. Now, if we extend it into the work that we do as PR professionals, then it means that, especially because, and the foundation of all this is trust, right? Yeah. So if you're collecting any kind of information, we have to then determine what information, first of all, am I holding? Under what context do I share this information? Who can I share that information with? And so data protection is not just maybe a bunch of lawyers sitting in the compliance officer's job. I like to say that it's everybody's job as a business, and especially for PR professionals, data protection is all about reputation and trust. And I see PR professionals as those that sit at the door when it comes to organizational reputation. And so for you, you could easily be the champions of data protection if any organization wants to protect its reputation in this area, because you can easily lose out if you do not manage, information that is shared more in a more strategic and responsible way.
Thank you. I like what you said and how you likened it to our homes, because naturally we wouldn't see everything as data, right? I'm sharing a conversation with my parents or my spouse about what happened at work, and you would think it's just a normal conversation. But that's like data, important data that you are actually giving out to your family members. So that's great. So where do you see organizations falling short taking when it comes to data protection?
I think that we see it as an alien rather than something that, and that's why I started from the fact that it's an inherent part of us. And so organizations need to see it not just as a compliance issue, but as a strategic resource. And that is, well, Francisca, I depart from you. I don't believe data is gold. I think data is water. It is air. It is a critical resource. It's infrastructure, right? If we do not have air today, we're going to die. And that is what data, and I think that organizations have really lost sight of that. And it comes from typically maybe where the laws have come from, right? So there's always this rush of let's comply. If you extend it to our friends in Europe and the like, maybe GDPR has come. If you don't comply, you'll be fined $2 million, or 2% of your global turnover and all of that. So suddenly the board is saying, hey, let's go and comply. So we're looking at it as a compliance issue rather than looking at it as an organizational risk issue or critical resource of that organization. I think it's even synonymous with your critical intellectual property as a business, right? That without it, you may not even be able to function as it is. And so because of the way we've been looking at it as a compliance, we're falling short of really addressing it in the best way that we should.
Not just the legal team or the communications team, but it's the whole entity. Whether you're a receptionist, it's still your responsibility. So Ohenewa, we are coming to the communication side. And as communicators, we are always privy to information, right? We carry stakeholder database, media contacts, customer information, digital engagement data. What steps should we take to ensure responsible and ethical data management?
So first of all, I just want to say that just before I go to my question, there was a time that I was watching an advert. This advert was it was an estate. They were trying to sell some houses, and so I decided to give them a call. And asked, because they had advertised that some of the estate has been sold, it was left with just about 10 of them. And so one weekend, we just took a drive to the place and say, I wanted to take a look at it. And then when I got to the security, he said, oh, nipa ni me nipa nete ya. As in, there are only 2 people in the estate. But you see, the advert had said that it was almost finished. That was a security man giving out information that was countering what has been put out in the public domain. And so what this shows is that whatever information that you were given, it has to start from the gate, because really they are the ones that engage the public. Now let me come back to us as communicators. I want us to visualize our everyday engagement with data. So for those of you who find yourself in development, we go to the field. What do? We are running documentaries. We are engaging the individuals in the communities, getting stories, basically to tell the stories of these individuals. What do we ask them? How do we collect the data? Do we tell them where the data will end up? Even when you have that your consent form, which is mostly like a checkbox, what is really on the consent form? Do you indicate the social media platforms where their information will be posted? For some people, they just write social media. But somebody would say, I don't want to be on Facebook. Another person would say, I don't want to be on Twitter. Or just when you're making, for we the ladies, when you're doing your makeup, most of them, they would say, oh, let me take a video of you. The first question I'll ask is, where are you taking it to? Because that is my face. And I don't want my face to land on certain platforms. And so these individuals, in as much as you are communicators, in as much as you want to communicate your activities or a campaign that you're running, first of all, know that this individual has a right. And that right is the right to their privacy. These are rights enshrined in the Constitution. It is a fundamental human right, and you have a responsibility as communicators to protect that right. And so if the individual says, I do not want to be on your website, do you take a break? Do you put yourself in the shoes of that individual and say that, in as much as I want to tell this story so badly, can I respect the right of that individual? A lot of the times we don't do that. Now, when we come to events, you go to the event, there is a sheet where people fill their forms. They put out their name, they put their phone numbers, they put their email addresses, and all that. Now, one of the things we do is a caveat that says, we are doing this in accordance with the Data Protection Act. And that's it. As to where that data ends, that individual has not really consented to you selling their data to maybe national lotteries or whoever, because every now and then you would see lotto numbers coming to you. 2 days ago, I received one. And then I posted on my status, I said, I have received unknown lotto numbers. Please go and go and stick it. Because every now and then, our inboxes are flooded with unsolicited messages. And sometimes it is because we are not taking a break as communicators who are involved in campaigns, involved in events, to really ask ourselves whether or not we are protecting the privacy of the individuals who are attending our event. It is very important. Now, that responsibility is one that, yes, it starts from the culture of the organization. But I want us to also, anytime we are doing that, put ourselves in the shoes of the people we are taking their data. I recall very well this year, at the beginning of the year, as Women in PR, I had to develop a data protection message and tell the executive team, this is what we are dealing with. Every event that we are having, we want to make sure that the data of individuals or of our participants, and every one of you that is here, is well protected. It is not given out. Because for us, as communicators, we know how these things can actually affect you. Secondly, as communicators, we also need to ensure that whenever we are engaging, these information are well managed. So if it is not information that you need, why ask for it? For example, I talk about email addresses, phone numbers. There are times that we go to the field. I recall very well when I was in the development space. You go to the field, and sometimes if you're not careful, because you so badly want to tell that story, you might end up collecting the data of an entire household, but you might not need it. And so imagine someone having access to such an information, or when you come back from the field, your consent forms, you leave it on your desk, thinking that, oh, it's just paper. But someone who is not supposed, and taking mention this on need-to-know basis, somebody, even though it's a staff, well employed and within the space of the business, but it's not everybody that's supposed to have access to certain information. And so once individuals have access to certain information, sometimes we do not know what the motive of some individuals are. Okay, so there is this household, they have this information, they have that information, and oh, let me go back. I am part of a church, my church leadership. And as part of my role in church, I deal with critical information about members of my church. Some of them are welfare issues. And as communicators, again, as part of our corporate social responsibility, we deal with some of these things. In recent times, we have experienced flooding. Some of us, as part of our corporate social responsibility, we might be going into households to basically engage these households. If you go and people are giving you stories about how things are for them, how do you portray these individuals? How are you telling that story? What kind of information are you putting out there? Is it one that upholds their dignity, or it is one that makes you look good and feel good? So as communicators, we need to look at these things. Pause, first of all. Ask yourself, this information that you're attacking or handling, who is it going to end up with? Who in your organization is cleared, aside yourself, to have access to that information? Is the information one that upholds or projects the dignity of the individual you are dealing with? And is the information you are collecting really one that is relevant to whatever you are doing? If it is, remember, you have a constitutional responsibility to uphold the privacy of these individuals. And it is one that we cannot just neglect. It is one that we need to ensure that every now and then it is part of our everyday engagement within communities, at events, and all that we do. Right.
The financial sector, and you have so much of our information. We share our Ghana card details with you, our phone numbers, our house addresses, everything with you. So from a corporate governance perspective, what role should communication professionals play in strengthening an organization's culture of data protection?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I think for corporate, the first thing is that you must have a governance framework around your communication. Everything you are doing boils down to the policies, the processes that you have put in place to protect this information. Because as an organization, if you don't have the policies to be able to address the kind of information you are receiving, what happens is that everybody is able to communicate whatever information he has gotten access to. So, for example, you are in an organization and maybe your systems have been hacked, your infrastructure is down, and journalists, for example, can get in touch with any staff of the organization and ask, hey, I heard your organization has been hacked. Do you have a policy around it to say that staff are not supposed to communicate with journalists? or a policy to say that, okay, for us, before we can communicate to any external party, we need to put A, B, C, D in place, or these are the people to be able to respond when such a situation comes. If we don't have that governance framework in place, in fact, your entire communication will be haywire. By the time you realize your information is out there, everything will come back to you. Because one thing about what we do as a financial institution is that whatever we are holding in trust for customers. And when that trust is broken, it means that it becomes very difficult for that trust to be upheld. So you can see an organization can collapse because an information has gotten out there. Everybody is running to the bank to take their money. Meanwhile, this money, you have invested it, you have loaned it out to people for 7 years, and by the time you realize whilst they are all coming for the money at the same time, all you see is that your bank has nothing. Because you have given people 7 years to pay, and you are and they are all coming to come for the same money you have invested for 7 years. How are you going to get that money? That is what happens to most financial institutions if this governance framework is not put in place. That's why it's important that as an organization, you need to have policies and you need to have processes around how data is handled within your organization. Not only will you have the policies, you must communicate that policy. You must create awareness. You must let your people know, the staff know, that this is how we go about handling this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Senano. I'll stay with you here. And it's because of the next question, which is about data breach and cyber incidents occurring. What distinguishes organizations that communicate effectively during such incidents and from the loss of their public confidence?
So what distinguishes one organization from another when it comes to the effectiveness of how communication is done? First of all, you must be prepared. If you are not prepared for an incident, you are not prepared with your communication plan, when something happens, how do we deal with it? If you don't exercise it, that communication plan you have done, you simulate it and say, okay, in case maybe this situation happens, how are we going to handle it? You bring all the stakeholders together, you discuss it, you simulate it, and see what each and every party is supposed to do within that particular activity. If you don't simulate it, identify your own faults, identify your own weaknesses, and then you try to address it. When the incidents come, what happens is that you'll be running helter-skelter. You don't know what to do. By the time you realize all the things that you are supposed not to do, you end up disclosing them out. That is why it's important that the first thing you need to do, you don't only have policies, you don't only have processes, you don't only communicate or create awareness, but you must also do simulations, do exercises to test that particular activity to see that in the event such an incident happens, this is how I'm going to react. And if you do it within yourself, you see your fault, you are able to address it. When the actual incident happens, you won't be found wanting. Thank you.
Thank you, Senano. And with a lot of data now, we have to use AI in gathering, in putting together information, working with it to share our information or to even make our work more efficient. So, Teki, I'll come to you on this. Artificial intelligence is changing how we collect data, right, and analyze and use it. What new responsibility does AI create for communications professionals?
Okay, so definitely there are a lot of opportunities that I believe AI also presents to PR professionals. Because of the ability of AI to analyze large pool of data, what that does is that if you are in an organization that actually has AI, you would be able to access and analyze larger, pools of information that you would typically have to help you shape, what that positioning is, what the PR positioning or communication is to the organization. So that's one thing that it can help you with. However, the other risk that it presents also is that depending on, and maybe this goes to probably Senanu's area, right? Depending on the kind of tools that you have, you would have to feed critical information into these tools to get the right information out. And so you also need to be well aware of the risk. It presents that same reputational risk around what information am I even putting in, right? So the AI professional needs to really also understand the technology. Assuming that you have these tools at your disposal in an organization, you need to understand how does it work. If I feed it information, how is the information processed, for instance? And so you may have to work closely with your technology professionals, with even your legal, compliance, and regulatory professionals to understand how, as an organization or as a department, you are going to engage with these tools. Because some of the risk that could happen is that essentially, if you feed these tools, it is also going to train, right? So I mentioned that sometimes even the information of a lot of organizations hinges on very critical intellectual property and all of that. So if you want to simulate, maybe use AI to simulate responses, the question is, are you equipped with the resources to know how to simulate it without necessarily feeding such critical information into the AI tools to help you do that? And I think that technical knowledge and understanding of AI itself, how it works, right? The reputational risk that comes with it is very important for PR professionals to understand, to be able to effectively manage at least the aspect of AI. Broadly, within an organization that is looking at adopting AI, there are other ethical considerations that you need to think about. We know very well, and I think we don't like to talk about it, but AI can replace all of our jobs. Okay, I think an AI PR professional may do a better job than most of us, whether we like it or not. And so at the organizational level as well, we need to think about how this is going to impact the broader organization, people, how it's going to affect their lives, and how we need to manage that as well. So there is that risk, of it replacing all of our jobs. I mean, today, people that handle social media and all of that, I can just program and get AI assistants to just do, even come up with what communication it needs to have and what time it should push out some of those communications and all of that. So I think that for a community like this, we need to be trained more. First of all, what is AI? What are the kind of tools that we can use to enhance our work? Where are the risks that it presents to us as professionals? And how do we mitigate or manage some of those risks? In terms of the reputational harms to businesses, I think it's very critical that we actually understand how we're positioning our companies, right? Because if we end up putting a lot of resources and tools into this, there are consequences for it. And we need to understand what those full consequences are. And organizations as a whole must address this, as a whole. I think when Senanu was talking, one of the things that came to mind is that he was talking about policies and all of that, data protection policies, security policies and all of that. I believe that in handling the role of the PR professional is very important in even coming up with these policies. So we must not address whether it's new technologies like AI or whether you're dealing with maybe legal or regulatory compliance issues such as data protection. You need not come up with those policies and strategies in isolation. And we need to make sure that the PR professionals are right in the room when these issues are being birthed. Because the last thing you want is for a breach to happen, and then they will come to you to say, go and manage it. It's already too late in the day, so the planning, what goes into our policies is very important. And like I said, the issues around technology, whether AI, whether the data protection, privacy, is about trust. And the PR professional stands as the bridge between the organization and the third parties that you need to build that trust with. And a lot of these tools, policies, and all of that is what actually is the framework that builds that bridge. So if the PR professional does not even understand, what has gone into the policy, how are you going to communicate it? You're going to just regurgitate. Your privacy is very important for us, and we have developed this in compliance with the data protection. So what? So in order to answer that, and I think as communicators, you actually do a much better job at dealing with the third parties, the customers, and all of that when it comes to this. So this is just to say that when it comes to AI, you have to be in the room with the technical people. You need to also understand the technologies, effectively to be able to address the consequences and to some extent the fallout that can come from it to the organizations that you work within.
Thank you, Tiki. I like that you mentioned trust. And so I'll bring it to Ohenewa. You know that trust is very important to every organization. So how are we able to balance the need for personalized data-driven engagement and growing public expectations around privacy, transparency, and consent?
So first of all, I think I would like to touch on the fact that as PR professionals, we have to be part of the entire process and not be at the end where when the crisis starts, we are being the ones to come and be at the firefighters. Now, this is important because at that particular stage of putting the framework, the policies and all that together, you sit in the room. The technical teams are able to brief you. You are able to understand the thinking that went into putting particular strategies together and particular responses together. You are able to advise on the reputational issue at that moment. So it is not when the crisis had come, then you'd say, oh, let's go to the PR person and then deal with the crisis. Now, trust is important because who are the stakeholders that you are dealing with as an organization? These stakeholders equally have critical information that at some point through your engagement with them, you may be having access to those critical information. Now, this is important because, for example, I know that, for example, when it comes to the Cybersecurity Authority, it deals with, there's a cybersecurity group, I've forgotten the name, how they call them, the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory or some council. Now, these organizations come together. The Cybersecurity Authority has responsibility, oversight responsibility on what they do. Now, it is important because assuming you are a member of, let's say, FIC, and you are part of this particular advisory or joint committee, as a PR person that is dealing with information or that is within that organization, it is important for you to understand that for the organization that I represent, what are the frameworks that we have internally? When we go for a joint committee meeting, at what point am I supporting the technical team to be able to respond to issues if reputational issues are raised? Now, in as much as we want to tell the story of the organization, these data protection issues or data ethics issues is one of the areas that we can equally project. Because like I mentioned earlier, unsolicited information coming from organization, in fact, it's one that I'm sure every one of us, when we see them, we get really, really angry. So if every now and then, let's say you bank with, there's a particular bank you are with, and every day they are pushing come for loans, come for this, come for that. The first question I ask myself is, who are the PR people I know in this organization? And what are they doing? How are they working with the team? The engagement with the compliance team, the legal team and all that is not supposed to be in isolation. Because like I said, it is about reputation of the organization, how people see the business. So if I am seeing the business as one that is consistently not handling my data well, it is not one that I would want to even continue to engage. And if you're one that is providing a particular service and you are having people moving away from you all because of they feeling you're not managing their data well, that means that these individuals, you are losing the businesses and all that they bring into the business. Again, as communicators, we are also supposed to properly engage with the marketing team, because the marketing team are the one that sometimes, unfortunately, send out some of these unsolicited information. And so as dealing with the marketing team, ensuring that the data that the organization has or holds is one that protects the reputation of the institution. It is important for us to do that. Now, generally as communicators, I'm being prompted, but generally as communicators, we need to understand that trust is one that helps every single person to engage with us. If we cannot, as little as handling the information of the people we deal with in a manner that would consistently let them have us top of mind, but top of mind in a positive way, not top of mind in a way that you would have them do, oh, these people. No, that kind of top of mind is not one that all of us want our businesses to be known for. Top of mind that they would know that, oh, this particular institution or this particular organization, when I deal with them or once they have my information, they are very well protecting that information that they are dealing with, or they are ensuring that every single person within the organization is dealing with the information. There was a time, and just to add, there was a time where somebody called me from, is a registrar general, about a business registration. And this person was actually sitting in a certain department that I wasn't expecting the individual to have that sort of critical information. But this individual, for some reason, had access to that critical information. And that for me was alarming. For everybody who knows me, you know that I am very, very particular about data protection. And what that means is that once I receive this call from this person, somebody working in a department that they are supposed not to absolutely have access to such level of data, I was very much worried. And the question I asked myself is, who is giving these individuals access? It is also because most of us really don't know at what point we are engaging with certain critical information. And like Senanu said, once we understand, once we are in the room, even as PR professionals, our team members, we do know, once they have the right training and the framework is being explained to them in a way that every single person through our internal communication is well abreast with these frameworks, those individuals will be well positioned in a way that they would not handle the information that is not on need-to-know basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to end here. But thank you for your insights. I think that I'll just summarize what I got from you. And I think that one thing I'm taking away is data is gold. That's what Senanu said. And you also mentioned, Teki mentioned that we work with data or information every day, at home, everywhere we find ourselves, we work with data. But then we also have a responsibility as communications persons to protect the data that we have, protect the rights of people, know that people have their rights. And we also need to have a policy and governance framework as organizations. And COMS has a role in getting people to understand and send it out to the right people. So we need to create awareness, and we have a role to make people aware of our policies. Trust is also essential in keeping our organizations top of mind. So thank you.
Before we go, quickly, before we go, 1 minute, I just want to say that AI may not replace us. It's very important because for us as communicators, we speak the tone of the business, we speak the voice of the business. AI gives you generic information. It is important for you, once you put in that data, it is important for you to now speak the voice of the organization. And so I would want to depart a bit from Teki, that as communicators, AI will not replace us, but data, like she said, is water and it's air, and it's very important that we handle it well.
I think, let me react to that. If you use AI as your intern, yes, but if you don't, it will replace you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I just want to add this. You know, in my organization, we have AI tools available to us. And we are at a place where I volunteered to be part of a training. And we've gotten to a place where we are even being taught how to create an agent to do some of the work you do every day. And so it may not replace you, but it can replace some of the work you do.
Thank you very much, Abigail and her panel. That was an insightful conversation. And on the debate about whether data is gold or is air, I defer to my learned senior techie. Thank you so very much. Shall we do a group picture? Okay. So could we clear this up so that our panel and our moderator could come back and do a group photo for us? I don't know if we say PR, will we still smile? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, PR. So while they're taking the pictures, I'm sure we all gathered some insights from the conversation. You can go on social media and share or post what you thought was most compelling and tag Women in PR. It's at Women in PR across all platforms. After the photography, we'll open for a few comments, and then we have a super presentation coming up. So shall we take the questions? I think you had your hand up first. Yes. So questions and comments. So first, introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you do, and perhaps you can ask your question or give your comment.
Thank you so much. My name is Wendy, and I'm a PR consultant. So actually, I just prompted her in case anybody else had a question or comment, but I think I would ask. My question would be that in today's world right now, everybody runs to social media in case of anything. Let's say they realize their data has been breached. The first point they run to is they go on social media, and they also go breach data. So it's a double data breach. Imagine, let's say, I think my bank is robbing me, right? I run to social media, and in trying to get perhaps public sympathy, I also end up sharing information that on a normal day I shouldn't be sharing with my followers. So I also breach data. So how do we handle situations like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me try and respond to that. So, data protection is about personal data, right? So, it's information about people or individuals, living people. In fact, if somebody is dead, their data cannot be breached within the remit of the law. And so, if it is an organization, it becomes tricky. If someone goes on social media, assuming that, let's say it's a bank and the bank has failed, there would not be a data protection breach by whatever they post, even though there is a reputational breach associated with that. So let me make that clear. There may be a data protection breach where that individual maybe says that I went to the bank and then I met, let's say, Akusia Sewa at the desk, and Akusia Sewa did A, B, C, and D to me, and that could be a violation of Akusia Sewa's data, personal, data protection and all of that. So that understanding has to be there in terms of how we manage our social media. It's interesting. I have a friend who lives on social media. She loves it. And there are a few times like I've had to caution her. So I remember there was a time, anytime she's posting, she'll come and tag me and say, I've been told I can't post this, or I have to redact this, because that individual, you could put yourself at risk of violating data protection, but not even just that. There could be a risk of libel. For instance, you've seen how today social media, somebody can sue you because you made a post. And so the organizations may be able to protect themselves or fight against you if they think that. But the thing with libel is that if the information is not true, then you have then you can fight. But if there's truth, they can use it as a defense. So that is where, and sometimes I don't blame them also, because when it comes to that, we know that when we go on social media, I have a number of bankers, and one particular bank, they are always harassing me. So, but anytime I post, quickly I get results. So it's a double-edged sword, but there is a risk to it. And I think that we need to let individuals understand that risk, because you could be sued if you end up violating a number of laws, from libel all the way to data protection related laws as well. And even in certain cases, some criminal sanctions as a result of, let's say, you've published wrong information, or you've published what may be termed as pornographic content. I think we all remember Efia Odo, is that, or was it some lady? Yeah, had a cure, procure, and all of that. Yeah. So yeah, it's cuts both ways, but you just need to know how to use it effectively.
Thank you. I see another hand up. Okay, so 2 more here and then 1 from you.
Thank you. Please, my name is Nana Abokuma. I'm a national service person at Global Media Alliance. Please, is there a legal obligation for organizations to stop processing data once the original purpose is no longer applies? We are done with school, but we still receive messages and things from students, politicians, and other students in school. Is there anything backing that, and how do we stop that? So,
just update your records.
So yes, the position of the law says that you should collect and only use information for the purpose for which it was collected in the first place. When it comes to direct marketing, which is what information, the kind of information that you're talking about will fall within, the law, so this is very tricky. In other jurisdictions, other countries like UK, they have what we call an opt-out measure. In Ghana, our laws require you to opt in. An opt-in essentially means that I should consent or agree to receive information of that nature, of a marketing nature from you before I receive that information. Unfortunately, we had, prior to the law and after the law, we had already gotten into the habit, and maybe this is where I blame the PR professionals, because we are dying to reach as many people as possible. We had already gotten into the habit of mass circulation of these information. If you go back to the beginning of the email era, this is where, you know, spams, email spams and all of that started, and it migrated into the text space and all of that. And it has been a violation. It's been one of the biggest issues that we've had in the country. And I think that the regulator has not been able to effectively get organizations to manage it. But it is a breach. You know, I remember back in the day when I was even at data protection, anytime we get those kind of complaints and then we reach out to the organization, it stops. You know, but there are remedies available to you, the individual, that you can take up by at least reporting it to the commission. It doesn't mean they respond to every, but if they accumulate over a period, they can flag particular organizations as those that are actually violating that. For those that work in academia and in other areas, what it then means is that you need to have a live, I call it a live database. In the UK, even that has opt-out, right? If I opt out of a particular advert and you send it to me, a number of organizations have faced fines just because their systems did not update when the person sent, don't send me this information again. And I've seen that with those information, especially with the text we get, sometimes it will tell you if you do not want to receive it, unsubscribe. You will do it several times and it goes nowhere. So what that means is that when you're developing those response, maybe Mr. Senanu will tell us how they do it, you know, you have to build it into the mechanism so that when people receive it, the same trail, if they say I opt out, it will feed directly into it. And it's not, and it's best done automated because of the large scale of information that is collected.
I just want to add that you please take action, okay? Don't just be receiving the messages and just sit on unconcerned and think that you don't have anything to do. Please write an email to the institution. Tell them you do not want to receive such messages from them. If they don't ask on it within a week or two, kindly report it to the Data Protection Agency. And when you report it to the Data Protection Agency, please follow up. Because one of the things I think we do as individuals is that when we're receiving these information, we just sit back and we're helpless. Every now and then I Google my name and I try as much as possible to see the kind of information that's there. And there was a time I had taken an exam in an institution where I saw that they had published my index number, my full name. I have a government name that people don't know. So they had put that information, and I didn't want that information out there. So I had to send them an email and tell them I don't want this information on the internet and report it to the Data Protection Agency. And so don't just sit unconcerned. You have rights and then you should take up action.
Very well. I think we've got some more comments and questions. Okay, so try this one. So let's be snappy with it because we're running out of time. So let's go
Sure.
straight to the point.
Good morning. My name is Letitia Khadija Akins. I'm a sales consultant. I'm just going to refer quickly. There was a time where I was managing an Airbnb apartment, and per regulations, when you are a client and you walk into the space, you have to present your ID and details and whatnot. So there were some clients that walked in and they were like, nah, we are not presenting you with that kind of information. And it became a banter because I was doing my job here as a manager, and then I needed that details for security procedure purposes. So my question is that when we walk into such spaces and we are being requested to provide such information as citizens, are we obliged to do so, or we can decline? Thank you.
So Teki, I think this will fall to you, but also Senator.
Okay, so I understand where you are coming from. The thing is that the law gives you rights, and the law gives the customer to some rights for them to be able to enforce their protection. So in this particular case, you should be looking at the information you are collecting. Why are you collecting the information? What do you want to use it for? Is it backed by law, or is it part of the Data Protection Act?
If organizations, there's something we call data littering. So when I walk into organizations, one of the things I don't do is to just give my information. Professional, yeah, PR professional. This one is a marketer, this is a banker. Okay, we have this product. Let's sell it to this particular.
Ready for session 2, which is a presentation by a powerful woman. But before that, I'd like us to take some brief solidarity messages. The first.
I'm here, the president. That is Esther Koba, who was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, has traveled to take care of other public relations business. So the Institute asked me to come and speak or to present heartfelt congratulations to the leadership, and the members of Women in PR Ghana on your 10th Women in PR Ghana Summit 2026. Reaching this remarkable milestone is a testament to a decade of vision, resilience, collaboration, and purposeful leadership. For 10 years, Women in PR Ghana has championed the advancement of women in the communications profession, creating opportunities for mentorship, professional growth, leadership development, and meaningful dialogue on issues shaping the future of public relations in Ghana and beyond. This year's theme, 10 years of positioning women in PR as catalysts for strategic influence and change, is both timely and inspiring. It acknowledges the increasingly strategic role that women communication professionals play in influencing public policy, shaping corporate reputation, fostering stakeholder trust, and driving positive social transformation. As our profession evolves in an era defined by digital innovation and artificial intelligence, your contribution to ethical, inclusive, and strategic communication has never been more important. The Institute is particularly proud that many members of Women in PR Ghana are also members of IPR Ghana family. Your commitment to advancing the profession strengthens not only your network, but also the broader public relations community, reinforcing the values upon which our profession is built. As we celebrate this significant anniversary, we encourage every practitioner to continue embracing and enduring the principles of PEP: professionalism, excellence, and perseverance. Professionalism calls for us to uphold the highest standards of ethic, competence, and integrity in every engagement. It is the foundation upon which public confidence in our profession is built. Excellence challenges us not to merely meet expectations, but to consistently exceed them through innovation, continuous learning, and the pursuit of best practice. While professionalism ensures we do things right, excellence inspires us to continually raise the standard for ourselves and for our profession. Perseverance reminds us that meaningful progress is achieved through resilience, determination, and unwavering commitment, even in the face of challenges, setbacks, or change. The 10-year journey of women in PR Ghana is itself a powerful demonstration of perseverance in action. As we look to the future, may the next decade be characterized by even greater strength, strategic influence, stronger leadership, deeper collaboration, and expanded opportunities for women to shape the communications landscape in Ghana, across Africa, and globally. The Institute of Public Relations Ghana remains committed to working alongside women in PR Ghana to promote professional development, uphold ethical practice, and inspire the next generation of communication leaders. Congratulations once again on this remarkable milestone. We wish you a successful summit and every success in your continued mission of positioning women in public relations as catalysts for strategic influence and transformational change. Happy 10th Women in PR Summit 2026. And let us remember, it is all about PEP. P is what? E is what? And the other P is what? Perseverance. Let's keep PEP alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donald. And I'd like to call Mr. Michael Edu-Brafo. He's the head of commercial banking at Cal Bank. Do we have him here? Okay.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. On behalf of Cal Bank Women's Banking Unit, I am excited to welcome you to Cal Bank First and to the 10th edition of Women in PR Summit. Cal Bank is pleased to support this important gathering by providing our amphitheater, a beautiful theater, as our sponsorship contribution. This morning panel discussion on handling data responsibly, implications of Ghana data protection law for PR and communications is timely, especially as trust, integrity, and responsible communication continue to be critical in every professional space. At Cal Bank Women's Banking Unit, we are committed to supporting women to grow personally, professionally, and financially through tailored banking solutions, business support, financial education, networking opportunities, and capacity building programs. We work with women entrepreneurs, professionals, and business owners to help them achieve their goals. We invite you to visit our account opening and inquiry desk at the exhibition hall behind us at the amphitheater. Our team will be ready or available to assist you to open some of the products we have and services. We value this partnership with women in PR and look forward to building a standing relationship that continues to create meaningful opportunities and impact for women across Ghana. Thank you all, and we wish you a successful and insightful summit.
Please stay 1 second, because I introduced a gentleman and a lady appeared. So please tell us who you are.
I am Deborah. I'm an executive member of Women in PR, and Cal Bank has been very supportive during this summit. And so I stand on behalf of Cal Bank and everybody here to say a huge thank you to Cal Bank for giving us their facility, and everything you are enjoying here is free. And so do not forget to open an account with Cal Bank, especially with the Women's Banking Unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, I think you've done some of my work for me, so I don't even have to acknowledge sponsors. Yes, but at this time, it's important for us to continue to session 2, which promises to be an interesting presentation by Madame Kate Addo. She's going to be speaking on influencing policy, trust, and governance through communication. Now, some of you may not know who Kate Addo is, especially the Gen Zs. Okay, so I'll do my best because she's instructed me short. So I'll do my best to summarize. Now, Madame Kate Addo serves as the coordinating director for 4 key departments in Parliament, namely media relations, public engagement, parliamentary broadcasting, and the Parliamentary Visitors Centers or Center. In this role, she brings together the work of these departments to ensure Parliament maintains a positive public image through clear communication and meaningful engagement with citizens. Her journey began in 1996 at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, where she worked as a reporter, news anchor, and TV presenter. She rose to the position of assistant editor before moving on in August 2004 to join the parliamentary service as deputy director of the then Public Affairs Department of Parliament. Her academic path reflects her commitment to growth and excellence. She holds an LLB from Gimpa Law School. Should we be expecting you to join the Leonard Fraternity? She also holds a master's in international communications from Leeds University and a master's in public administration from Gimpa. She has currently completed a research in citizen participation and is awaiting the conferment of a PhD degree in July 2026. Need I say more? Ladies and gentlemen, Madame Kate Addo.
Francisca, that was. Are you guys always this polite? Everybody's sitting like this. You know, where I come from, we speak forcefully. So I'm not sure how I'm going to behave. You're also well behaved, and I'm thinking, okay, so I'm not a traditional PR person, because where I work is a jungle. So I have to have grit. But you guys, and did you notice how everybody speaks? My name is Kate, and I'd like to say this. And like, hey, but me, I don't speak that well. So me both finish. So please let the they've left. So said that he was in a bit of trouble because his accent is a bit like mine. So my sister is here. You people don't know that Mary is my sister, but Mary is our last born, and so she's warned me that I should behave. And I've told her that if I hear that accent, I'm disowning her. Because where we come from is my name is. So, yes, but thank you, Francisca and Josephine, for asking me to come. I was hoping to finish very quickly. And like I said, my octave is a little higher, so forgive me if I start shouting. I'll try not to. So I was told to talk about influencing policy through. Can I go to my? Very complicated. Influencing policy, trust, and governance through communication. So I tried to do an analysis of it because I don't know what this means. There's policy, there's trust, there's governance, and then there is communications. 4 major thoughts. And you know, the thing about fresh PhD holders, they think of themselves as teachers. So I was trying to do academic work, you know, because I'm thinking that I have to do analysis because I'm a PhD holder, excuse you. So it has to show. So I tried to do that, you know, just to analyze the concepts in you know, the topic and to see how that fits into what we all do on a daily basis. Now, mind you, there's communications, which is what you all understand. And I was a little, again, I didn't know what my audience was going to be and who was going to be in the audience. So I tried to, you know, keep it at the level that I will understand. And then also there's governance. What is governance? How is communications impacting governance? And then there is policy. And earlier, panelists spoke about policy. And when they spoke about policy, they spoke about being in the room when policies are being formulated. In my case, being in the room when legislation is being formulated. But let me tell you, the reality on the ground is that when policies are being formulated, you will not be there. And that's the truth. I've lived it since 2004. I can tell you that for free. So let's think about that. So I think we should go on. I have half an hour. And in the half an hour, Josephine instructed me that I should make it interactive. So please, it's okay, let's go on. Let's go on next one. Can we go on? She's a seasoned journalist. Hey, in my days, we were the first to start breakfast shows, so we didn't have morning shows. All these plethora of morning shows. So we had a field day. I wonder if I would have been as successful, in today's world as I was then, because it was easier. Can we go on, please? I have like maybe 17 slides, which we need to go through. Who has the controller? Please, let's move on. Let's move. Who's controlling the slides? Okay, so how do we understand policy? And how do we think that communicators can be part of the process? If I don't have anybody raising their hand, I'll ask my sister. She's our last born. She's a consummate last born. She has last born syndrome, always gossiping. So what do we understand by policy, and how do we think that as communicators we can influence policy? So I'll look at communications as a policy instrument. You're lucky. And then we'll also look at communication and public trust. I will also take a quick look at communications as a governance function, and then we'll look at the challenges and then the way forward. So still, my question holds, as communicators, what do we think, and even the students, what do we think are some of the ways that we can actually influence policy? And policy doesn't have to be a formal thing. Any decision that is taken in the smallest office is a policy. So if you decide that on Mondays, nobody should wear flat shoes to the office, it is a policy. And how do you as communicators, or how can you as communicators influence such policies? From that small one to the data protection, to legislation, to all the big things that happen. Where's the other microphone?
I think it's staying curious, asking the question why every time.
Okay, do we all know? Okay, yeah.
I think another way is civil disobedience. When you see when you see or hear anything that you disagree with and you know that it's inherently wrong and will reflect badly on yourself and your community, you have to speak up. And sometimes in order to do that, you have to protest, you have to write letters, you have to go to social media, you have to picket, yes.
Yes. I think it's communicating it to the people who are supposed to go by the policy, letting people know this is what has been put up, explaining to them benefits it serves, maybe the institution or them, and why they should comply.
I think you're all right. I will hold the thought on civil disobedience and then come back to that. I think it's an interesting thought. Where's the other microphone? Can I borrow it, please? Mary, you have to come and assist me. Yes, this girl, the way she can report to you.
I think as communicators, we can also influence policy by providing the data and the evidence that policymakers need, particularly coming from the development sector where we're into research and all of that. I think a critical part is providing that evidence and that data and information that policymakers also need to be able to craft policies that actually address issues in the society.
Yes. So what she's saying is that for you as communicators, and the earlier speakers mentioned that the first thing you need to have is data. So as you're going into the room, where the conversations are going to take place, which you are excluded from because these are technocrats who are going to be talking about things that don't concern you in the real sense of the word. You should come with some baselines. So they're talking about maybe women in PR. How many women are there in PR? What's their demography? What's their education? What are the expectations for this particular thing? You go in with the baseline information before the conversation starts. And most of the time, from my experience, when policies are being formulated, communications people don't get to contribute to it. But what you can do, and I think it's in my later slides, and I don't think we are going to go by these slides because the person who is controlling my slides has decided that they don't want me to be great this morning. So we are here. Can we go to the next one? So when you go in, you are not part of the conversation. But what you can do is to use what? Who can tell me one of the tools when you go to any communication school is one of the first things you are told in communication school, whether you are studying PR or you're studying journalism, that if you want to influence policy or any type of conversation, there is a tool that communications people use. What is the tool? We've all studied it in journalism school. We all know it. It starts with A. And the second letter is S. So there are two words. The first letter is A, and the second letter is S. We all know it. Agenda setting. You see your lives. Agenda setting and framing. And framing. And framing. So you are going into the room knowing that if there is a 4-hour conversation, you might get 2 minutes. Or you might not even get anything. So before you go in, you set what the agenda. By doing what? Lobbying the right people. Lobbying the right people. I don't know why I don't know this laugh. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing. We should lobby, even though we don't use the word lobby here in Ghana. It's more of an American word. We should lobby so that you share your ideas and get people onto your side. It's a numbers game. If there are 10 of them, make sure 6 are on your side. 2 will be against you, and the other 2 push them to neutral. Then your thing will pass.
When I was studying communications, I did part of my education here in Ghana and part in the UK. In Ghana, I left with the thought that agenda setting, spinning, lobbying were bad communications things. And then I get to the UK, and then I find that lobbying is actually a skill that you need to have. And as the world has become much, much, much smaller, you heard when I went to school, 1986. Yeah. So as the world has become much smaller, these tools have become even more relevant. And so if I was working at Global Media Alliance and I'm going for a meeting, before I set my foot in the meeting, because it's Ohiniwa who said that, and she said that, oh, they shouldn't wait for problems to happen before they call you. That is what happens in the real life. You will not be there. But when the problems happen, you will be the one that they will call. So you won't have prior knowledge. And if you are not fortunate and you work in certain environments, you'll actually be told what to say. Once in a while, you'll be firm enough to say that I won't say it. Trust me, 90% of the time, if you need food on your table, you better say what they tell you to say. So it's nice to have all the textbook knowledge on what happens. But when it comes to real life, bread and butter, komikeshito, you need to have your wits about you. So yeah, and that's why you must prepare before you go. And as communicators, you don't have expertise in any particular subject. You don't go to journalism school to know health or to know history or geography. What you go there to do is to gain general knowledge on how to communicate, effectively disseminate the information that will be given to you, good or bad. And in disseminating and managing, you should decide if you think that telling people the truth will earn you better traction than telling people what you assume they need to hear. So all these things in your court. So next to agenda setting, obviously, is framing, and it refers to the deliberate selection and emphasis on particular messages. Every day in today's world, and again, AI was discussed, and I was thinking when the conversation was going on as to whether AI was going to replace us, and Ohino was saying no. You know what I did? When I finished writing my slides, organic, I asked AI, what do you think Kate will think about this? Then I gave AI what I was thinking. AI brought me what I'm telling you. Do you understand? So AI has actually replaced us. Now what we are doing is managing ourselves. We are managing ourselves because if you like, put in, and what she read, what Francisca read, there was a part of it that I had heard somewhere. And so when she read it, I know, AI has done it again. Because I had heard that sentence before, and I didn't write it. You see? So I knew where it was coming from. So the truth of the matter is that we have a myriad information. What are we going to do? How are we managing it? Frame your messaging. Frame your messaging. I work in a political environment. My ears, they can burst in. Look, I will come to work regular day. Everything is kosher. 10 minutes later, they are pulling me here and here. The accusations that you will hear and the kind of common sense that you would need to navigate and the kind of framing you would need to put on each and every word then becomes, whether it's your gold, as Francisca said, or your air, as Teki was saying. But you would need to have that about you. So every day as communicators, whether you are in mainstream PR, whether you are in banking, whether you are in Media Alliance, whether you are a student, when you wake up, what do you want your organization to do today? There are flooding. I'm sure like somebody said, you'll be doing your CSRs. When you go to Alaju, what's the aim that you're going there with? If, let's say, you are an environmental group, then you are going there with the thought that we must keep the environment clean. If you are a banker, then you are going there with the thought that money should not be kept in homes, because in the event of an incident like this, you would lose the money. If you're a journalist, you're going there with the thought that what happened? Let me get the information that happened, not color it like we've been doing. And I don't know why all of you nowadays, most of you, when you write, you use adjectives. My boss will tell you that. So you see something like, Kate Addo got a rare opportunity. Who told you the opportunity is rare? Who told you that this opportunity is rare? Never use adjectives as a communicator. Never use adjectives. I'm always fighting with my people that why do you like coloring things? So I'll pause and then, because I was told that I should make this very interactive. Oh, Francisca, I can go on. Faith. Is it Faith? I can go on, or should I? Is it interactive enough? Are we being interactive? Okay, let me come here. I'm coming to my sister. I need oxygen. Mary, get up, get up. Her name is Adoko. You both don't know Adoko Teshi now. So this is my sister. She's our last born. Give her a round of applause. So guys, so far I've spoken about agenda setting. I've spoken about framing. I've also spoken about the fact that policy, and I was going to talk again about policy, and to say that in the policy, in every policy, there are cycles from the time when the idea is formulated to the time when implementation happens, evaluation and monitoring happens, and then you come back. So in this cycle, it's a whole loop. Communicators need to be at every point of it, from the formulation, because you heard Ohiniwa, if you are not there when the idea is birthed, there's no way you can explain it. Because when we are making laws, here's what happens when they are making laws. They'll sit down and say, nowadays that we have private members' laws, they'll sit down and say that, okay, we want to make laws about presentations. Okay, what should we do? They'll take the cultural context, they'll take this, they'll take a lot of factors are taken into consideration before the provisions are made in the particular policy or law. Now, when that happens, if you are not in the loop, and then you see, so for instance, you're talking about domestic violence, and then they say that if somebody hits somebody, they should be taken to police station, jailed, and all those things. The assumption, when you pick the bill, first thing that comes to your mind is that it's the men who hit the woman. Is that the case? You people should speak the truth. You know, that simple law, when it was being made, and I was there, I found that when you talk about violence, more women are physically violent than men, and more women hate men than men hate women. But that was information that we didn't necessarily know. Now, the other side of the coin is that when you jail a man, let's say in a setting where economic power rests with the man, you've not just jailed the man, you've jailed the woman, and you've jailed the children, because the breadwinner has been done what? Taken away. So if you are a communicator and you need to communicate something like this, you need to understand the various nuances that govern every single thought that go into a particular policy. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if you do that, it helps you to be able to tell your neighbor why Cal Bank decides that they'll have women banking and it will not be discriminatory when they don't have men banking. And I don't have a daughter, so I don't like this women thing, because what will my children do? I don't have a daughter, and I say women banking. Where will my child go? Men banking, you see. But if I was explaining it to somebody as a communications person, I must be able to say something that will resonate with them. Is there a reason for special emphasis on women banking? What does it seek to do? And then if you want to be too no small, you go and look for, expert thought on it. And so you can do something like, I just finished PhD. Jeremy Bentham will talk about public utility, and he would say that the good of the public is best. And so once women are empowered, they will be able to empower society. And once they empower society, then public good is achieved. And once public good is achieved, good governance is engendered. So if I was doing PR with you and you didn't do this research, know what will happen to you. And me too, I can talk. So let's go on. Any questions? Any questions? Comments? I only have an hour, I'm sure. I have about 10 minutes to go. So the other thing that I also wanted us to think about is stakeholder engagement and policy co-creation. I've spoken about it already, where you are owning the policy. And as a communications person, I found that policy co-creation doesn't happen easily for PR persons, for communications persons. So first of all, get the space, put first foot, maybe a toe in there. If the toe is welcome, you try the foot. If the foot is welcome, you try the leg, and then you move with the whole body. And if, as communicators, we are able to own whatever policies there are, it's easier for us to explain it to the people, because don't forget that communicators are also marketers. And so what you're doing is that you are selling your company's ideas. And when you sell your company's ideas, then the principal, the chief executive, depends on you, because they know that every single thing they do depends on how the people that they are seeking to service take and understand and own them. And so, for instance, again, Cal Bank, what's the point of them having all the policies? I have an account here that I haven't used in a while. And once in a while, they will send me, I think it's gone into dormancy, but they will send me a message or something on it. But the same thing, if it's happening in another bank, would have been different. There's a policy and there's a reason why Cal Bank does things the way they do. But I will only understand if the people who are supposed to communicate that to me are doing that effectively, timelessly, and with adequate, quantum. Because don't forget that with the kind of information overload that we are getting, you can also inundate people with information to the extent that they no longer look at your messages. So you want to be careful. Every 2 seconds. And for those of us who manage social media pages, it happens a lot. You are posting. You post. Just before people are, beginning to marinate, you post another one. And then you post another one. And I'm not talking about our personal one. I'm talking about the official ones. And then people don't want to know anymore. So they scroll. So you are no longer, your job is no longer information dissemination. It is information what? This one, she wants me to mention her name, but I'll spare her. She used to be mine. Please, let's go to the next one. So how do we, spoken about a public trust as one of the architectures of, or one of the things that happen when you have effective communication. So let's go on. How do you define trust in governance? One of the most difficult things that I think, not just in Ghana, not just in Africa, but the whole world, is trust in governance. The first reaction that people have of people in governance is that they don't trust them. So when you look at Afrobarometer information and all those things, you find that there is a lot of information about legislatures, about policymakers. And what happens is that it's always, when you look at, okay, so trust in media, trust in police, trust in politicians. Politician will get 00020. And, but you see, it is because of the way that particular space is structured. And the fact that information is coming out, but information is coming out in different colors, depending on whether it's coming from the left or right or left center. So there's a lot of factors that affect that. And Francisca is looking at a time, so I will try not to stay too much on that. But then what it means is that because the information is coming in so many different shades, you need to go back to your agenda setting and your framing. So if you're working in a place where you need to influence policy, you need to influence governance processes, the first thing you do is, what do I want the citizens, who are the ultimate decision makers, to know about what we are doing? And how do I want them to trust what we're doing? And an example is Parliament. We realized that there was a lot of misconceptions about the work of Parliament. And one of the things is that because it's a hybrid system, where there is a combination of the executive and the legislature, people get confused about the rules. And again, because of the way we campaign, and because of the fact that we have a cultural situation where when somebody is in a position, everybody assumes that they must be looked after. And so when you're going home on Friday, anything for the boys, because you are the manager, whether you have it or not. And it translates into the governance space. And so a lot of factors affect how they do their work. And so as the communicator in that space, what do you want the people to understand? First of all, the fact that a minister who is a member of parliament has two separate, distinct roles: separation of power principles. So again, what it means is that you must understand your craft, and know how to explain it. So first of all, if they understand that, then they'll say, okay, and then when they share the common fund, they get a negligible amount of money. So then they understand, okay, so the MP is just an agent of change. The MP is not the person to effect the change. So if I'm looking for, and I was watching a reel this morning about people saying that the MP should come and collect the rubbish from is that the MP's job? So it is the communicators who must explain these to the people who are the end users of the services that are offered. So it's not just a feeling, it's a rational assessment shaped by experience, information, and expectation. So you can have high trust, you can have low trust, and I try to use some evidence. As I told you, I try to do a bit of analysis on it, and I use the OECD evidence to show how, and I'll leave the slide so you can look at it later, to show what the trajectories are in various countries and how they engender public trust or not. Please, next. Again, transparency as a trust building mechanism. What transparency signals is that you have nothing to hide. That's the first thing. It also shows that citizens have a right to information. We all know the RTI bill, and that governance is a publicly legible exercise of collective power. All of us who studied governance and government and all those things, civic education, you know that governance is power that is vested in the people by the general populace. And then, if I give you my power, principal agency theory, then I have a right to know how you are exercising that power. I have a right to know who you are delegating that power to. I have a right to know every single thing that you're doing within the remit of that. And if I don't have anything to hide, I will talk about it. And so when something happens, and when I used to be the director for public affairs, one of the things that I learned very quickly is that when something happens, you come and say that, yes, this thing has happened. However, we are taking these A, B, C, D steps to correct it. And don't come and tell people what you think that you want them to hear, because now people can't be fooled. So don't give them textbook answers to questions that are affecting people's lives. Floods have happened. People want to know what you're doing. And then you come and tell them things that are, you shouldn't be saying. Or let's say I've saved my money in the bank and I've come for the money. And I know that when during my law school days, one of the things we studied was that if the money, when you put it there, it doesn't mean that when you're coming for it, you will receive it. Commercial law. However, if I put my money there and I have come for the money, you tell me that the money is on the, what are you telling me? It won't be easy. So as the communications that's working in that space, how do you deal with it? How do you get the person who's 20 cities there? Depends, is what their livelihood is depending on. That they should go home and come back next week because there's a policy that says that the fact that your money is there doesn't mean you should receive it. Framing, agenda setting, spinning, lobbying. These are all very key communications tools that you need to use very judiciously, but also very, very carefully. Because if you're not judicious, careful, same thing. If you're not careful, you will be using it in a way that could be too cohesive. You'll be using it in a way that will not give you the results that you're looking for. Okay, let's go to the next one. I tried to talk about the right information, but I don't think I should. Somebody spoke about crisis management earlier, and I thought that I'd mentioned it. When the thing about most of us communicators, sometimes through no fault of ours, is that we tend to firefight. The thing happens, and then quickly, because sometimes out of nowhere, a crisis will come that will test every skill that you have. You must be prepared to at least do something. And so I try to create a little cycle where, first of all, the preparation is there. If it's preventable, try and prevent it. And then I think for me, in this whole thing, identification is the most important element. Because if you don't identify what the crisis is, you may be looking at the wrong thing and finding the wrong solution to a wrong answer. So again, the contemporary example, did you say Akusia Sewa? So let's say we are using, I thought I heard you say Akusia Sewa. And just to be a little mischievous. Let's say you're looking at the name Akusia Sewa and what it means now. If I'm identifying a problem with regards to widowhood rights, is that what the issue is? Or am I looking at succession? Am I looking at spousal rights? Am I looking at, PNDC law 111? Identifying the problem. Floods have happened. Am I identifying waste disposal? Am I identifying buildings and waterways? Am I identifying just general indiscipline? Once I've done that, then I'll quickly come to how I'll recover. So it's happened already. And Kate has come to the bank and she has not been able to have access to her money. How do I quickly recover? So that tomorrow, remember we spoke about trust. She will still have the trust to come to the bank. And that's where recovery takes place. So quickly regroup and do your thing. Then once you've done that, monitor. Will she come back? Will she put her money there again? Will she not put her money there again? Is she happy? If she's not happy, what are the interventions that I can put in place? Then you go back to preparation and then you go through the cycle again. So it's a never-ending cycle. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. So, governance, I think we've spoken much about it. So, interagency coordination is very important. Spokespersons and directors, and before we come to when communications break down. The MDAs, we must align messaging in governance situations. So there is a particular issue that will affect health, education, and probably finance. Messaging must be aligned. Lord Nordstrom says what? Consistency and repetition is what the key currencies of communications are. Because if you repeat something enough, people will tend to believe it. And if you are consistent enough, they will believe it. But if you come and then you hold one one side of the conversation and say it, and then you hold another side of the conversation. And these are coming from, let's say, 3 agencies. So we are 3 communicators across 3 different MDAs, and we are giving mixed messaging depending on what I want to hear, and if I hear it on the radio. But Ivy said this, and then Francisca came and said that. Debbie, I don't believe Ivy, I believe Francisca. Do you get it? Then you go back to what? You go back to what? We've spoken about it already. Framing and. So you must empower your spokespersons and directors to ensure that the coherence that I'm talking about is working, so that you prevent. And the other thing you want to prevent is information leaks. And some of us, communicators, communications experts, because we are not communicators, when we sit in meetings and we hear things, you say, where they are talking. I was in the meeting when this was said. Did I tell your ears or they told your mouth? So next time, the principal would decide that for this information, it is sensitive. And when the communications people are here, they will leak the information because that's the currency. Because I tell people again in my office that I don't work, I'm not a banker, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, I'm nothing. What I am is somebody who is managing information. So the currency that I need, the only thing I need, whether it's gold or air, is information. And once I have that, how I use it determines what happens tomorrow. So if you sit there and you hear information and quickly, even through the slightest, leakages, you say things, the indiscretions, because we want to know that Kate works in Parliament. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, no. And I say, you are not even supposed to say it. And, especially when policies are being formulated and thoughts are going into it, and you are privy to the information. So your editor, your manager, your director is in a space with you, and they've said certain things, which is information that shouldn't go out. Please, don't be the conduit through which that particular information will go out. Because if you do that, remember we spoke about trust. Trust will be gone, and when trust is gone, you'll not be able to go anywhere with anything. Sometimes communications break down, and they break down because of some of the reasons that I have listed. When it breaks down, first of all, trust is eroded, confidence is eroded, there is a roadblock, nothing works. Nothing works. And the Bible talks about when you light a lamp and you put it under what? A bushel. It doesn't work. So policies would have been formulated. Institutions would have done what they are supposed to do. But when we don't do that which we are supposed to do, and communications break down, then everything is back to course 90 degrees. Next, please. Let's go back. Let's go, this is, so digital governance. We've spoken about social media. We've spoken about e-government portals, mobile apps that have raised citizen expectations for responsiveness and interactiveness. Now, when you look, in my days, the only means of hearing about legislations and work in, legislative institutions for me was C-SPAN. And C-SPAN was in the UK. So you watch C-SPAN because you got to see live proceedings from the Westminster. But today, all the legislatures that I know have social media accounts. They are broadcasting live. So something is happening in India. You will know immediately, and you are able to do comparative analysis very quickly to determine how you deal with that issue in your own country, especially if you are practicing the same system of governance. So, and then again, it also engenders responsivity and interactiveness. But the only problem in the Ghana one is that the insults are more than the actual constructive interaction. So let's go to the next one. I think I should be winding up the way forward. We have misinformation, disinformation, all the things that come with, the information space. So manage it. And that's why I tell people nowadays when I talk to them that don't concentrate on information dissemination. Information management is the way to go. Also, do inclusive communication. I don't know. It's again, first year communication school. Communication is what? It's a two-way that uses what? Different channels. So first of all, make sure it's 2 ways. Make sure that you are using different channels. So don't speak English to somebody that you need to speak Ghana to. Don't use a medium that you know that somebody in a certain part of the country does not have access to technology, and you want to communicate with them through technology. You know that if you put something in the newspapers, nobody's reading newspapers anymore. That's where you want to put it. Graphic goes a full page advert, color. Graphic, I'm sorry. But it should be used when it's relevant. And then build capacity. Build capacity. You know, the days, like I said earlier when I started, the days when communications was a simple, straightforward thing, they are long gone. They are long gone. You have citizen communicators who are better communicators than us. Because sometimes when it comes to speaking the local language, they do a better job. So they articulate thoughts better. And they're able to carry messages faster than we can. How do you ensure that in the midst of all these, you are above water? Know your trade, know your space, and use it wisely. So I'll conclude by saying that, first of all, be aware of what you're doing. Secondly, know that for you to be able to be an effective communicator, a PR person, you must be part of the processes that go into taking decisions. And when the decisions are taken, you must be able to articulate them, assimilate them, and express yourself to other people in the way that they will understand and also own the things that you're trying to get them to own. And there's a thing that I always do when I give any kind of talk. I tell people that, first of all, there's no way you will get it 100%. You get what I mean? So you will make mistakes every day. But here's the thing. Don't make the same mistake all the time. Make new mistakes. So today you make mistake A. You can even decide that, okay, today I'll do A. Tomorrow move on to B. Tomorrow move on, at least. But there's somebody who will be making the same mistake every day. You are going to a place and the mistakes will be in various forms. The way we dress, the way we speak to people. You are going to a place where there's grass. You go and wear high heel and then you be doing this. Hey, it's a mistake. Don't do it. You're a communications person. Be approachable. When you get there, use language that makes sense. And then, make new mistakes, please, but don't repeat the old ones. And also, don't think of yourself as a mere PR person. I'm saying mere because people tend to think of PR as an easy job. And when people are eloquent, they assume that they can be PR people. Distinguish yourself from the people who are not professionals. You've sat through classes, you've sat through such beautiful interactions, and you know what to do. Do it and make sure that at every point you're putting your best foot forward. Thank you very much. And if there are no questions, I'll run out.
Thank you very much, Madam Kate Addo, for such an energetic performance. We appreciate the pragmatism you are giving us. And I do agree. Let's not make the same mistakes. Make another mistake tomorrow. Okay. I think at this time we can do an icebreaker, just quickly. Yes, just quickly. It's called the 10-second challenge. So you can turn to the person seated on your right or your left, and you can ask them one question. And the question is, if the summit could change one thing in your career, what would it be? If the summit could change one thing in your career, what would it be? There are some giggles over there. Should I bring the microphone there? Care to share? Can I ask one person to share? So any volunteer, anybody to share the response they got? Just one person. Or should I nominate? I should nominate. Oh, I'm hearing the name Emily. Anybody wants to volunteer? JJ, shall I bring the microphone over? You're not done. Where's Sheila? Hello, Sheila. Oh, okay, Sheila. Care to share? Everybody's thinking, okay, we can do that. But in the meantime, I want us to get ready for the next session. This is session 3, and it's also an interesting panel conversation. We're going to look at the WIPR, Women in PR Effect, Stories of Growth, Leadership, and Influence. And for this conversation, here are the panel members, so they can give a wave so that we know who they are, and then I'll introduce the moderator. So for this conversation, Faith Senam Oklu, founder, Women in PR Ghana, will be joining us. Georgina Asari Fiagenu, Acting General Manager, Sustainability and Shared Value, MTN Ghana. She will also be joining us. And then we have Aviel Benideri, Acting Head of Marketing and Corporate Affairs, Hollard Ghana. And Precious Matilda Agbonuga, she is a Communications Officer of Fan Milk PLC. Yes, and the moderator for this panel is Madame Beatrice Bading. She's Head of Corporate Affairs at the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Just a little bit about who she is. Beatrice Bading is Head of Corporate Affairs of the Gaming Commission, Ghana, a member of FemWise Africa of the African Union Commission, the network of African women in conflict prevention and mediation, a Chuha, is it Chuha? Forgive me if I butchered this, but a Chuha Global Fellow, and also the Hub Lead, Geneva Center for Security Policy, Anglophone Alumni Network, West Africa. She's also Executive Director of NGO Own the Peace Africa. Beatrice has over the decades gained experience in broadcast journalism, having worked with Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, and ETV Ghana, respectively. She's an accredited member of the Institute of Public Relations, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, and she will call her panel, Beatrice Bading. So if we can get more microphones for the panel members. Beatrice.
Thank you so much, Francisca. Amazing discussions this afternoon. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. And I am humbled and honored for this opportunity. Looking forward also to learn a lot. Well, so let me start with my panel. And I'll start with Madam Georgina Asari Fiagenu. So, Georgina is the Acting General Manager for Sustainability and Shared Value at MTN Ghana. In this role, she leads the integration of environmental, social, and governance, that's the ESG principles, into MTN's business strategy, ensuring that sustainability contributes to long-term value for both shareholders and society. Her portfolio includes oversight of the MTN Ghana Foundation, the company's flagship CSR vehicle. Now, with more than 2 decades of leadership in corporate communication, Georgina is recognized as one of Ghana's most influential and strategic PR professionals. She has driven impactful communication across all 15 divisions of MTN Ghana's operations nationwide, providing strategic support to MTN Ghana, MTN Mobile Money, which we all use, that is the MOMO, the MTN Ghana Foundation, and the advisory support of IOGAN. It's a lengthy one, but thank you so much for helping me out there, Georgina. Now, next is another distinguished lady. She's by name Madam Precious Matilda Agbenugla. I hope I got the name right. Now, she is the communications officer, Fan Milk PLC. Now, Precious is a communications officer at Fan Milk Ghana and a first-class student of the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, Accra, where she earned a bachelor's degree in public relations management. Onye small cry. While at UPSA, she served as Deputy Communications Officer of the Communications Studies Students Association, leading content creation and dissemination and student engagement initiatives. Her contributions earned her recognition as the most creative and innovative executive, and she was also a recipient of the Stanbic Bank Award for Excellence in Communication Studies. Beyond her professional role, Precious is passionate about youth development and community impact. She volunteers with organizations including Women in PR Ghana, Advanced Media and Viva Health Medical Foundation, contributing to initiatives focused on education and career growth, health, education, community outreach, and overall well-being. As a young communications professional, she's passionate about ensuring inspiring the next generation of female communicators and sharing practical lessons on building confidence, leveraging internships and volunteer opportunities, developing a strong personal brand, and successfully navigating the early stages of a career in public relations and corporate communications. I really look forward to this discussions. Precious, may we please have you? First class student, Enyeze. Precious, member for tips, what? Represent me uncle school. Well, so next I have with me Aviel Benny Derry, and she's the acting head of marketing and corporate communications for Hollard. She is bringing over a decade of experience in corporate communications, or she brings over a decade of experience in corporate communications, media relations, event management, social media strategy, and integrated marketing. In her current role, she leads the development and execution of strategic marketing and communication initiatives that strengthen brand positioning, unlock new market opportunities, and drive sustainable business growth across. Her work is also instrumental in enhancing brand equity, improving customer engagement, and contributing to the company's overall profitability. Aviel holds both a Bachelor of Arts and a Master of Arts in Public Relations from the Ghana Institute of Journalism, now part of the Unimac Group, where she gained a valuable. Prior to joining Hollard, she worked at Bima as a PR and marketing assistant, where she gained valuable experience in digital and mass communication studies. She joined Hollard as a corporate communication specialist and has since risen through the ranks, demonstrating strong leadership, strategic thinking, and a deep understanding of the evolving communications and insurance landscape. I present to you, Aviel. And finally, I say because this lady is the one whom, or through whom, we are all gathered here this afternoon. Her name is not new to you. She is a public relations and strategic communications professional with over 14 years of experience helping African fashion, beauty, lifestyle, and creative brands build visibility, influence, and lasting impact. Anytime I see her, the first thing she strikes me with is what is new about her hairdo. And I'm just trying to match up to her. So I went to crop my hair so that next time I will dye it a bit. Now, she is the founder of Women in Public Relations Ghana, a pioneering professional network established to connect women and elevate women in the communications industry. Over the past decade, the organization has become a leading platform for mentorship, leadership development, and industry collaboration, shaping the careers of communication professionals across Ghana. Her name is Faith, whom we all know, and she is the founder and lead strategist of Nueva, thank you, Comms, a strategic communications consultancy, and the co-founder of Melange Africa, I got that right, a media platform dedicated to celebrating African fashion, beauty, lifestyle, and creative excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, Faith Enam Oklo. Okay. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining me here this afternoon. I have the singular honor of mediating, right? Or it's not mediating. I love mediation because my background is in peace and security also. But the singular honor of moderating this session, which is going to talk about the WIP effect, the Women in PR effect, where we're looking at stories of growth, leadership, and influence. Now, when I started, I said, just when I got to Faith. Because a decade ago, somebody sat somewhere with a seed, an idea in her brain. She conceptualized a community where women within a particular area will call their safe space, where they can meet from time to time. Think about the boring aspects of their career, the fun aspects of their career, the ups, the downs, the lows, the in-betweens, and everything. And can come in and learn from each other, can learn also from experts within the industry, and can grow. So this afternoon, we are meeting here. When I was wearing my dress or thinking of a dress to wear, I was asked, what color? Yesterday, I called and said, Debbie, what color are we wearing? And Debbie said, I say she be BL. And I said, oh, okay. I said, okay, she touch of purple. And yes, I better go out. Oh, baby, right? Because Barbara said, me she. So I said, okay, today is about celebrating the journey that we have come. Black Stars, men na measure bone, and then near mention white, na men pet touch of purple, dual celebration and ameboa. But a dual celebration didn't come on. It was a singular celebration. So if you are celebrating 10 years, let me start with you, Faith. 10 years ago, you sat down and you were thinking, okay, I want a community where women will call their own, will own it, will grow, and would drive that space. That was 10 years ago. We are here today, and we are marking 10 years of that seed that you sowed. Reflecting back, what would you say was your boldest assumption at the time when you founded Women in PR? And throughout this 10 years, what would you say has been, should I say, the challenge or the positives that the journey has created or you have witnessed over the 10 years?
Thank you so much, Beatrice. For me, I think being here today and having the chance to mark this milestone is really an important one. And if I look back in 2016, let me put it that way, I wasn't out to set an organization. No. I was out to solve a need or a problem. Because I was a young person, I had graduated from AUCC, and I wanted to meet people within the industry. I wanted to connect with like-minded people within the industry. I had no experience in event planning, in community building. I had nothing. I only thought, okay, why don't I engage these people? And I think social media played a huge role where I connected, I contacted people, let me use the word, slide into their DMs and introduced myself. I had created a platform, and through that, I said, okay, let me engage them, profile them, because I also wanted to know what it is like to practice PR in other industries. So that in the event where I find myself there, I can go back and look at some of these things. These profiling became the first summit. I was scared. My boldest assumption was that women would probably not collaborate. But that assumption was demystified straight from the word go. I went into rooms, I spoke to women, and almost, let me say, I didn't say all, almost all rooms were opened. Almost all rooms were opened. There were people I had not met before, and it just had to take one person or the other to say, oh, Faith, Gifty even did a LinkedIn profile, a post about this. She hadn't met me before. She didn't know who I was. She only had a recommendation or a suggestion from a colleague or a subordinate who said, I want you to attend this event. And she was a woman, right? She didn't know me, but she put her faith in me. She believed in the vision. So we are here, and since then, every room I've been to, women have held our hands. They've been there. They've been very supportive. And we are here today because all these women have played very huge role for us to be where we are today.
Well, thank you so much, Faith. Let me then say once again, I didn't want to officially give you the congratulations. I wanted to hear from you first before saying congratulations for a good job done. Please, I believe we can do it better for you, right? I say congratulations because having also been within the communication space, starting with my background in journalism over the years, I know it's not easy for women to fit into that space. I remember very well those days you go to Stambik and you know the popular names that we know there. And I asked myself, I was going to do one of my researches, and I said, Obabienia. You know, women fitting into some of these spaces, especially at the top level in the comm space, has not been easy. You nurture something, you birthed it. What would you say has been one of the significant contributions that women in PR has contributed to the communication space in Ghana over the decade that you have witnessed?
For me, sitting here, the success of women in PR is a collective effort. If we are all here today, we've all been, the fact that I'm sure some people, it was raining or they were thinking whether it's safe to be out there, but they are here today, it's not because of me. They are here to also invest in themselves. And over the years, that's what we have collectively done, which is to create opportunities for people to be able to invest in themselves and to also hold the hands of other people, right? One thing I should also mention is that when I was starting out, I read online, it was one of the data that backed my decision, which was the fact that there were lots of women at the entry level, but as we rise to the top, the numbers, the switch. So we have about 70 to 80% of women at the entry level. And then once we rise to the top of our career, we're going to have lesser women, about 30% of our women. So I kept asking myself, so in the next 5-10 years, I probably may fade out from PR because of one challenge or the other. So there were some of those decisions that backed why I said, okay, why don't I bring these women together? Let's network, let's inspire each other. So out of that, we've had our top 10 women in PR, which is to celebrate these people, which is to tell them that wherever you are, wherever you're doing, just keep doing that, which is why we have our mentorship program, where we hold the hands of most of these people, where we allow them to go into rooms that they ordinarily not go. That's why we have several other activities, the annual summits, because we are all very busy people. it's very difficult to find people on a day-to-day basis. But once we block a particular day on Saturday in July, it means that you get to access some of these top industry people that you on a regular day not find. So those are some of the initiatives or success stories that today we can be proud of.
Well, thank you very much. Let me quickly move all the way from Faith to the lady who is directly in front of me. Yes, Gina. So Faith did mention about the fact that she recorded a lot of women at the entry level, right? You have grown over the years within the comm space. You have climbed ladders to get to the level where you are now. There have been hurdles along the way. But I know and always remember one thing that a colleague tells me anytime I mention MTN. And she says, those times when I used to work with MTN, the yellow roses. She says the yellow, and it stuck with me. So I asked, the first time, before I even knew you were head of MTN, the comms aspect, I said, oh, okay, yellow roses. But who is that lady behind it? Why would MTN bring yellow roses to staff? They said everybody will get a yellow rose, huh? That's it. Oh, I said, oh, okay, then I would wish to work with MTN because I love roses. And that's why I love going to Kenya. So, you have been through it all. You have seen the good sides of it. You have seen the ugly sides of it. You have seen the in-betweens. I want to know from you, where have you seen the greatest progress of women in the profession of communications?
Thank you. Let me start by saying congratulations to Faith for the great work she's done. Yes, I think she deserves a round of applause. And through her, we are able to meet and discuss. And please pardon, my voice is not the best this morning. So yes, back to your question, and just to give context, I've grown within the space, and when I cast my mind back, it's been exactly 26 years since I started PR. So I started public relations in the year 2000, actually went to communication school in 1999. And when I say I've been in, over 25 years, and people ask me, when you started, how old were you? Because they don't think I'm that old. But yes, I've practiced PR in the age when we didn't have the internet, or it was just starting. And your only research was just looking at books that people had written. And for me, proposals that I found in the office that I first practiced public relations at Stratcom, now Stratcom Africa. There was pretty nothing, and you had to learn a lot on your own. Now, of course, from the time that we used to, practice PR, just by reading, sending press releases to media houses, working there physically to print and send to them, and from faxing, using the fax machine to send your weekly reports. And when I went to Stratcom Africa, I was put on the British Airways account. So imagine a young PR practitioner straight from school and being given British Airways. So I didn't have the opportunity to start PR from what we call just a PR. There's a name that we used to give to it, I've even forgotten. Not being a strategic PR person, just doing, jobs and issuing press releases. I started straight from the strategic level because this was British Airways and they knew the value of communications or public relations. But a lot has happened from that time to now. Of course, working with different people, having the internet, now having AI, which practically gives you everything. Let me say everything, but probably nothing. Because it gives you everything, but which should be based on the substance that you have built. Because, AI looks very easy and cheap, because even giving AI the prompts, doing the further digging is dependent on your own value, your own mindset, your own understanding of what you are looking for. And in the first place, you need to know what you want before the AI can give you some sensible information. So I've seen a lot. And one of the things I've seen again is seeing PR from a point where people didn't really know what it was at all, for them to even support your way, to now quite a number of people knowing about it. But I think there's still a lot to be done. I was having a conversation with my fair lady down, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name, Esinam. And she was talking about how she met a psychiatrist who said he didn't know that people did communications as a day job. And so we're talking about how we need to build more visibility. Yes, because we are in our own world. In corporate organizations, we think PR, everybody knows PR. But of course, for a psychiatrist, working in the probably in a hospital, or some maybe by himself, a mechanic who is doing his work, what does he need PR for? He probably needs it. But I think we also need a lot of visibility. So there's been a lot of phases from, like I said, just working with journalists to now working with influencers, working with content providers, with marketing, advertising, working across the broad spectrum of business. Because you know that PR is not just communications, sitting in your own space and creating messaging. It's about understanding the business and actually adding value to the business. And that's very important. PR is not something you do. It should be part of the everyday work of the organization. And you have to create it with how you develop your mind strategically so you are able to add value. So that there's nothing that the organization does, no important thing that doesn't bring in communications. And the organization will insist and say, we are doing this. Have you spoken to Gina? Have you spoken to the comms people? Have you run it by comms? That should be the constant thing. That is not to say that everybody values it so much that you will not be left out. There are days that you'll be missed. But the thing is that people know the value that communications brings, and you don't have to struggle to explain yourself. So it's been a long journey. It's not been easy, but it's been very fulfilling and very exciting, I must say.
Well, thank you very much, Gina. Let me then quickly move to Avil. And then Gina just said that it's not been easy. It has its own phases that she went through. Let's hear your story. What would you say was one defining moment that changed your career trajectory within the communication space?
Okay, thank you. So for my story, it's dated back in 2015. Then I was a fresh graduate and my first job was a call center role. And we were planning the anniversary of our company. So I was asked to just volunteer and be on the committee to plan the events. And I, together with the the chairman of the committee, I decided to put out a brand story talking about the journey of the company, what we started with and where we are today celebrating our anniversary. That single story changed everything. My boss, personally, the country manager then said, he's been trying to of the organization. And I got really excited that, so it's not just about putting comms out. It's actually, people are actually reading and people are actually making decisions based on what we are putting out there. And so fast forward, I got promoted to start PR in that organization. And as someone who hasn't worked with anybody before, I was very curious. I was very, I was looking forward to learning from what other people are doing. And so I got promoted in 2016. That same year, I came across the poster of the Women in PR. My boss also added his voice, said, this event, you have to attend, you have to be there. So I made it a point to be there. And the day I walked into that event, I was amazed to see all these women doing so great. And these were not women who were entry levels. They are women who had gone through the ranks. Gifty Bingley is here. She was part of the speakers for that year. And I was amazed that all these people are doing great stuff. They spoke about their journeys. They spoke about the innovative things they were doing in that industry. And I treated that conference as a classroom. I treated each engagement, each masterclass that Faith and the team then organized as I treated it very personal because I needed it. And so all the lessons that I learned from there, it didn't just end up in my notebook. I made sure that I was applying it in my field. Mind you, my organization didn't have any PR. I was the one doing it there. So of course, I have to make sure that the credibility and the trust is still there, and then I'm still learning from people. So that's what I have to add.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up. Now, after attending this session and incorporating the knowledge that you gained, how did that impact on your work output?
Okay, so it made me more confident. I'm a very quiet and shy person, but through the people I network with, the people I kept listening to, it made me realize that you cannot be a PR and then be shy. Paulina Crunchy made the statement, and it has never left me. I don't know whether it's 2017 or 2018. She made that statement that as PR professionals, we are busy PRing the brand that we represent, but we forget to PR ourselves. And so you cannot say that you're a PR and then you be shy. You have to do it scared. You have to do it anyways, even when you don't feel comfortable, even if you have the bubbles within you, show up, prepare, show up, and then you will deliver. And so it's one thing that has lived with me and has boosted my confidence. And I must say that in rooms that I have been in, I have not shied away from letting my opinions out.
Quite interesting. You know, all those who know me to be a very shy person. I am so shy. Emily can attest to that. You know, Belinda here knows that even when we were in class, I was a very shy person, you know. So talk about being shy and me needing a mentor to hold my hands. I mean, women in PR, I know Faith mentioned that it's created space. It created avenues for other women not to nag at each other, but to hold the hands of others and pull them up, bring them along. So let me come to you, Precious. You are a burden communication specialist. You are growing very, very fast, and you are going so many places. And for the first class, I won't forget. Yeah, so there's one thing with me. If I see somebody who is very intelligent, I am very shy, but because I know I'll gather something new. And so I want to know from you, having been associated with WIPR, what would you say has been that defining moment for you? The valuable lesson that you have learned throughout your mentorship or your mentee sessions.
So before I'd like to answer the question, I would like to admit that when I first saw the panel lineup, I just paused and asked myself if I was really going to be on the same panel with these amazing women. And as the youngest person on this panel, I believe I'm representing the students and the early professionals in this room. So yes, let's learn together. So back to the question. One of the key and valuable lessons I've learned from this community is continuous learning beyond the classroom and also being intentional about your growth, because the communication space keeps evolving and you need to learn, like you need to keep learning every time. And I say this because the first time I applied for the mentorship program, I wasn't selected, and I wasn't surprised because when I applied, I didn't have a fair idea of what I really wanted. I just saw the post and decided to apply. I just like the idea of having a mentor. So when we go back to that application form, they asked why what exactly I would want to learn from the mentorship program. And I'm sure if we go back to that form, we'd all laugh at my response because I didn't really know what I wanted. I just wrote anything there. So I wasn't really surprised why I wasn't selected. But fast forward to the next edition, By then I had grown. I knew what I wanted to learn. So when I applied, I got selected, and it taught me that opportunity comes to those who are ready. Yeah.
Okay,
thank
so
you.
let me quickly follow up with you. You have had the opportunity of being mentored. How has the process impacted on your confidence? How has it impacted your ambitions, your approach to your work?
I think I was blessed with the best mentor.
Who was your mentor?
Joyce.
Okay, so now I do get it.
Yes, 'cause everyone who knows Joyce knows she's very confident and ambitious. And I remember when we started the mentorship program, she would always tell me, Precious, you need to be confident. Don't go and disgrace me. Your first class is just not paperwork. You need to speak and act like a first class student. Sometimes it gets to me. Sometimes we just laugh over it, but it stayed with me. And she always encouraged us to be innovative. Don't just wait for taxes to be assigned to you. I remember before I started my national service, she asked me to draw a 60-day plan of what I wanted to achieve. And I just thought to myself, 60 days, I don't even know like enough information about the company. How am I going to draw a 60-day plan of what exactly I wanted to change about the company? It sounded some way to me, but it actually helped because I created the plan. So it taught me that I have to be innovative. So when I started my national service, I always found new and unique ways of doing things. So yes.
Please, I'll be coming for the apple because I really need that apple. Madam Founder, I'm back to you. Over the period, you have created spaces. You have seen mentors. You have seen mentees. You have knocked on doors of others to coach other women. This afternoon, if you had the opportunity to challenge women in the comm space, to change one thing, just one thing, about the way they nurture, the way they sponsor, the way they even develop within the profession, what would that be?
Hello. So I'll say it in two ways. First to the mentors, because they are in a position to hold the hands of the younger ones. And I know our times will not allow us because of our busy schedule. But we should just imagine what it would be like if we were younger and we didn't have the support that some people do have, right? So as much as it's difficult, I can encourage or make time. It's an investment into the lives of younger ones. And I think it's also very fulfilling that you look back and you see some of these people that you've invested in. It's not monetary. A lot of times, it's even just asking them to come with you to certain programs or to certain events so that they can also use the opportunity to learn. And also, I think mentorship is also going to a space where we're talking about sponsorship, where some of these younger people need more than just holding their hands to actually investing in their future. And we've encouraged that through asking some of our senior members to actually pay their membership dues for their mentees, right? So sponsorship also doesn't mean go to them and ask them for school fees or ask them to pay for certain educational programs. If they willingly want to do it, fine, but it doesn't mean going to. But also sponsorship means holding the hands of these people and opening doors for them so they can also access these same places. And I've talked about the fact that we've gone past the stage of thinking another woman is a competition. At this point, we are actually collaborating and we are forging together. And if I go to the mentees, I think that's the bigger side, the most difficult part. I have had a number of people coming to me and say, I want you to mentor me. And by the first assignment, they are gone. They disappear. every day we get that, and I get the same feedback some of our mentors, because some people don't even finish their mentee programs because they have this perception that is glamorous. Once I'm associated with this person, it means I get to go to the beautiful places, I get to look good and walk beside them, and I get to show off on LinkedIn that this is my mentor kind of thing. No, it goes beyond that. It actually also means service. Mentorship, being able to be mentored. These people they're creating time for you, even if it's an hour in a month or in a quarter. Please value it. And it's not, it's a valuable investment that you'll be proud of. So don't waste your time. Like Precious said, the first year she thought it was a nice thing to do, but she didn't get selected. But when she was very clear on what she wanted to do, and she went into it, she got selected. And today, she's one of the proud, if I don't want to say alumni, but alumnus, right, of our mentorship program. And the fact that she's even imagining, or it's possible for her to join all of us here to speak or share her story, is inspiring for other young professionals who are seated here today. And hopefully in a couple of years, they'll also see themselves sharing the same space, the same room, the same table with senior professionals.
Thank you so much. Avia, let me come to you. Now, casting your mind back, if there was one advice you could give to your younger self and say, hey, Avia, joining in women in PR, this is probably what I should do. This is what I should take from women in PR. This is how I should position myself. What would that be?
Okay, looking back, that one thing I would give my younger self is do not wait until you feel you are ready. The slogan of IPR would say image is everything. And as an individual, that sentence has guided everything that I do, even how I dress, how I show up in rooms, how I communicate, and how I even behave. Because I'm going to give a backstory. So whilst I was at my former company, I received a call from Faith, and she was like, there's this opening here, and I think you should apply. Imagine I was behaving just anyhow, speaking anyhow, and showing up very irresponsibly. I don't think I would have come up top of mind as she was looking for someone to fill another position in another company. And so I would say that as younger people, wherever you are aiming to be, wherever you are seeing yourself to be in the next couple of years, start looking the path, start dressing the path, start learning and behaving in a way that shows clearly the direction that you are aiming to become. So for example, if you're aiming to become a horse and you are behaving like a duck, walking like a duck, quacking like a duck, definitely everybody around you is seeing that, no, you are definitely a duck. You cannot be a horse, not now and not in the nearest future. And so image is everything. It shouldn't just be a slogan that sits with IPR. It should be something that we live by. It should be something that we work with in our everyday dealings. And then we should also be very consistent. If there are opportunities for you to volunteer, do it, and do it well. Because mind you, as you are doing it, you are benefiting yourself, you are learning, other people are watching, and that's how you grow, and that's how you pick up a lot of things from a lot of people that you wouldn't have learned from your classroom or your immediate work environment wouldn't have given you. So, yeah.
Gina, let me come to you now. Over the period that you have grown, the 26 years journey, you have seen women now occupy, other women now come into the C-suite. You have seen the growth. What would you say for us gathered here, for women within the com space, could be that one thing that maybe we need to change? Because yes, we always applaud the positives, but this is a safe space for us. This is an arena where we can critique ourselves and say, look, I think you're growing, but if you should change or adapt to this course, it might help influence or grow or position you better. What would you say is for you just one thing that as women within the com space, we can change?
There's a lot that we can change as women within the workspace, and it's difficult to point to just one thing because it's a combination of different things that enables us deliver. I would like to look at it from three approaches. You know, the three things that I think is very defining. I'll look at it as, in summary, it's about people, it's about purpose, it's about performance. And the reason why I'm saying it's about people is that public relations, corporate communications, whatever name you choose to call it, is about people. It's not something that is, you know, some ambiguous thing. And I keep on talking about this thing that everybody thinks, oh, let me go and do PR, let me go and. It's about people. You are communicating with people. You are developing relationships with people. You are building trust for your organization. It's about people. Although it's about business, the business exists for a purpose. So people, your people skills, very important. Managing yourself and managing the people you are working with, which is why internal communications is very important, because for you to succeed as a PR person, you need to work well with people. And any experienced PR person knows that that's the most difficult thing. Working with HR can be a big battle. Working with marketing can be a nightmare. Working with engineers can be, I don't know how you describe it, but these are all people who are experts in their own spaces. And here we have a lady talking about, you know, showcasing her first class. You are working with people who, you know, they are first-class people, they are engineers, they have their doctorates, everybody is an expert in their area. The PR person, the fact that you're a communications person, knowing that public relations is critical, doesn't mean that you know better than all of them. Everybody has their space. And for them to accept to work with you and allow you to bring that value you are seeking to bring, one, you must respect them. You must believe that whatever intentions they have for the organization is as good as yours. You are all there to serve the business. And sometimes PR people tend to be very imposing and they know it all, trying to impose, you know, this is how we do it. No. First, you need to find the purpose of the organization. What is the organization there to do? And how are you helping to use your communications to deliver the bottom line? So people, internal people, external people, your community, your customers, you know, whoever you are trying to reach, very important. So people, for me, I mean, I would always say that I have grown through, you know, in this area because of my relationship with people. I got recommended, you know, to the MTN work, although I had to go through a process, but I wouldn't even have known that there was a role. It was a former boss, Esther Koba, and I had left her office for about 3 or 4 years or so, probably more. But when she got to know about the role and she was asked to help to recruit, I was the one she thought about and said, I think, Gina, this job is for you. Okay, I've also worked in organizations where I walked into the office and I said, I think you need PR. I went to SOS Ghana practically as someone who had left, traveled, come back looking for a job. And I went there to do something. I sat there, I was reading their brochure. And when I read it, I thought there were a lot of gaps. So I said, can I speak to your, whoever is in charge? They said, the national director. I went to him. And I said, sir, you don't know me, but I want to speak to you. And he was gracious enough to listen. And I said, if you had a communications department, these are the things that communications would do for this organization. And he said, and he was interested. Where probably I was also very convincing. And within a few hours, he said, I don't have a communications role here. I have a PA role. Do you mind doing it whilst we work it out? Yes, and I jumped into the PA. I was a PA. I mean, can you imagine? I had finished my communication school. I had worked at Stratcom. I had done British Airways, but I went there as a PA. And whilst I was there, that was when I created the role. And so, of course, when he got the funding to set up the PR role, who will he choose? I still had to go through these people things where everybody felt that, oh, she will be favored. Let's bring in the board to come and do an interview. So I had to go through an interview, do presentations. at a point in time, I said, you know what, I'm not even interested because I've done about 3 or 4 interviews because people really wanted to be sure I wasn't being favored. You know, so as a PR person, for me, it's about people. And if you get it right, I believe that you will excel. It's not about just you. You are working with people, and the communications, the reputation management, though it's about business, it's also about people, your customers. We've been talking about data protection this whole morning, network challenges. I'm sure if we opened, the lines for everybody to talk about MTN, there will be 1,001 things that everybody will have. But MTN, and people always say MTN, oh, MTN, but MTN continues to grow. Why? Because I believe we build the trust. No organization is perfect, but we also add value to people's lives. And so you are there to add that value. It's about purpose. What's your purpose? You have to align your personal purpose to the organization's purpose. But your purpose cannot be bigger than the organization's. And that also doesn't mean you should diminish your purpose. I work with MTN and I do a lot of things. But the industry you are in may differ, because I know people who work in organizations where you are not allowed to do your own things, speak outside the organization. I can choose to do a lot of things. I have a timekeeping dialogue. Those who follow me know. And I didn't need permission from the organization. I just set up a conversation to talk about timekeeping, productivity, and all that. A month ago, I launched a new initiative called Africans Communicating Africa, which I did on my own. And I just told my boss, I'm starting this initiative, bringing together African communicators. This is what it will do. So I'm taking my leave to go and work on that. There was no problem about it. So my point is that I'm using the communications as an additional value to do other things that my personal purpose is aligned with. Okay, but it all has to sit within the bigger purpose of you work in the organization. We spoke about policies. What are the policies you have to follow? What are the things? You can't just sit at home and say, I have my personal purpose, not go to the office for 1 week. Won't you be fired? You'll be fired. So your purpose, it's about people, it's about purpose, it's about performance. That one, I'm sure we've all spoken about it. You must deliver. And delivery starts from the mindset. Your own understanding about public relations. It's not the glamour. And if you are doing proper communications, you would know. For me, I think it's one of the most difficult jobs. Because one, you have to think for everybody. Okay, I have worked with 6 CEOs. So imagine thinking for every CEO. Every CEO is going to speak. Whatever they are going to do, you have to speak for them. You have to develop communications plans, individual plans that fits their personal plan or purpose that also aligns with the organizational goal. How do you want to project this CEO? How do you want to project this executive? How do you want to promote this products and service? It's not an easy thing. It's a lot of hard work. And so I think that all of us, a lot of people need to change their mindsets about what public relations is. It's a lot of hard work. You have to keep working. You have to keep learning. When I joined MTN, and it's been more than 15 years since I joined MTN as head of communications, and the industry has evolved. From the time I joined, just after rebranding, we've had 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. We are just late because of all these, I would say political issues that has to be crossed. There are so many diverse products and services, different situations that are taking place within the space of time, and you have to keep learning every day. You have to keep learning. So, like I said, I think that for a PR person, the key thing is about aligning the purpose, working closely with people, and also to reach the people that the organization is also trying to reach. And it's also about performance. And performance is very loaded, but
okay,
we won't have the time
so
to go through
Gina
everything.
has given us the 3 P's of today. People, purpose, performance. That brings me to you, Precious, because you aligned your purpose with women in PR, and you got an output that you wanted. Now, there are other young people out there, especially in our institutions, who want to reach the level that you have gotten to and want to go higher than where you have gotten to. Where do you see, what sort of future do you see for these ladies? Because you have had that exposure, but what do you see for them?
I really hope they enter the profession with an open mind and the confidence to craft their own career path. I say this because when I decided to study PR, I got a lot of discouraging comments. Some people said I wouldn't get a job after school. People said when I finish, I would sit in somebody's shop. At least, God being so good, I'm not sitting in anyone's shop. I'm sitting on the panel with these amazing women. And some people also said PR is for average students and I'm smarter than that. So when I started school, the first IA we wrote, I thought I was going to top my class, but I scored 2/10. That was when my confidence level dropped. I opened my mind. I was ready to learn. So yes, you need to craft your own career path. It would have been easy to let those discouraging words get to me, but I had the confidence. I knew what I wanted, and I took the risk. Because sometimes, even though taking advice from people is good, you also have to be discerning, because not every advice matters. And you have to be open-minded, because you would always make mistakes. I remember when I was in school, I was a deputy communications officer for the IPR UPSA student chapter. And there was a time I got the opportunity to MC the launch of the IPR student chapter at UPSA. I wasn't informed early, so I wasn't really prepared. So after the program, Madam Ivy congratulated me on a good job, but she asked me to come and see her in her office. And when I went, she told me I did a good job, but there were things I needed to check going forward. She gave me all the advices I need. I don't know whether you remember. Yes. So yes, you have to be open-minded and be willing to take corrections, be willing to make mistakes too. And I also know my generation is big on money. We like money a lot. I mean, money is important, but sometimes it's not good to always measure opportunity by the paychecks, because most of the opportunities I got were being through volunteering. Like, you have to volunteer your time and your skills, because once you are able to execute your role perfectly while volunteering, people would recommend you for bigger jobs. Because if you are doing it perfectly when you are not being paid, they know that you do it better when you are being paid. Thank you.
I know the stories are interesting and we could go on and on, but we have 5 minutes. Now, to be fair, 5, right? I'll divide the 5 among them. There are 4 here. But we know that penny the penny. And the penny here is Madam Founder. And so I'll give you 2 minutes. 1 minute. I hope it's fair, right? Okay, so Madam Founder, let me come to you now. Success for women in PR for the next years ahead. Let's say the next 10 years. I won't say 5, because 5 is here. So the next 10 years, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of women being positioned, women, how we restrict ourselves to women in PR, because any benefit, what I say, So women in PR, the next 10 years, how do you see the influence, the level, the progress?
Like you said, yes, we will not be counting the numbers, although it's a big deal, but we'll be counting the impact we are making as an organization now, which is to invest in our members into the larger PR and communications community in such a way that when you walk into a space or you walk into an interview room and you mention your name, and some way, somehow, Women in PR pops up, we want you to represent that organization. And we want you to leave the values or the impact that we have on you as an individual and as a profession. You can only achieve that by also investing in yourself, by by also taking serious everything, every opportunity that you are given. We, as an organization, we've also not talked about some of the impacts we've had. Through Women in PR, a lot more people have gotten job opportunities. A lot more people are given access to certain places that they ordinarily wouldn't be. And that's also when we talk about mentorship. But also, as an organization, we are also hoping that wherever we find, whoever you are and wherever you find yourselves, you make Women in PR proud. And so for us, that's what success will look like for us. Also going into the next decade, we are hoping to go into a space where we are influencing decisions. We are influencing policies. And it's one of the reasons why we had the session we had yesterday with Josephine and then Lucy Quist. We want our members to walk into places where they are very confident, they know what they are about, they are associated with Women in PR, and they are able to deliver, and they are able to wield influence. And the next phase also means that as a country, we are also aware that we are facing a lot of challenges. And we don't want to look on as an organization and let things rot, let me put it that way. We want to use our skills, our experience, and our influence to influence and our influence to influence policies, to influence change. We've seen flooding in recent times. In the past months, I've been thinking about how, as an organization, we can take charge, we can lead in communicating waste segregation, road accidents, and all sort of issues that are affecting us as a country. So in the next decade, as much as we are excited, we want to spend more time into these sectors or into these areas so that we can also leave our mark and have our legacy in the next 10 years and celebrate that.
Thank you very much, Faith. Quite interesting. Now, for my three panelists, the question I have for all three. Women in PR has championed initiatives such as mentorship. Please pay attention to the variables. One is mentorship. Two, the top 10 women in PR recognition. And three, leadership conversations. Quickly, Gina, which one out of the three would you say, from your perspective, has had the greatest impact on raising the visibility and influence of women in the profession? 1 minute. Countdown has started.
Mentoring is important. I've been, selected as one of the top 10 on several occasions. Yes, it gives you that visibility, which is good. But I think for me, mentoring will probably be the biggest for me because I've had the opportunity to mentor people. And even without doing that, internally, I've had people who have approached me for mentoring. So I think mentoring is very important. I have about 25 mentors currently on a platform. I'm not able to have time for them. So what I did was just to put them together and say, let's learn together. We learn together as peers. And every month we meet, there's a case study, there are things also a discussion for another day. But for me, mentoring is really important.
So I will go for the leadership conversations because we Women in PR host a lot of master classes, and through that we are able to learn key trends in the industry. And these are conversations that people pay huge amounts of money to listen to, but we get it for free. And the fact that it is accessible to all. Yeah, so I'd go for the leadership conversations.
Okay, I also think all three are very, very good initiatives, but then I would go for mentoring too as well. Let's think of mentoring in a broader way, not just the very structured one where you assign to someone, but also think about it in a broad way where it's informal. So you might have one or two. For example, this platform has given us opportunity to interact and engage with a lot of women. It could be just that one conversation corridor conversation you could have with another senior person, and that could be that turning point for you in that your career. And so I want to encourage everybody that it might not be the formal structure, but make use of the women who are available here. It could be just one idea that you have. It could be just one advice. I remember last year's event, after we had closed, I was just sitting on the stage and then I had a chat with Joyce. She asked me tough questions. Questions that when I got home, I was asking myself, like, am I really ready? Should my boss move on? And it challenged me in ways that I never imagined. She was not my assigned mentor. She was not someone that I'll meet one-on-one to discuss anything work-related. But it was just a conversation. And it got me thinking. It got me to sit on my toes and prepare for what is ahead. And so for me, yes, mentoring is very important, but also make use of the informal connections that we have. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been discussing the Women in PR Effect, stories of growth, leadership, and influence. And I have been joined by Madam Faith Senam Uklu, who is the founder of Women in PR Ghana, Madam Georgina Asari Fiagbenu, who is the Acting General Manager, Sustainability and Shared Value, MTN Ghana, Avio Benny Derry, who is the Acting Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Olad Ghana, and then Madam Precious Matilda Agbonugla, thank you, Communications Officer, Fun Milk PLC. My name is Beatrice Beatty. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice, and your panel for such an amazing conversation. So, panel members, if you could please stay. Madam Gina, Precious, if you could please come back to the stage for a quick group picture. So this was indeed a WIPR effect conversation. While they are taking their pictures, I just want to reflect on some of the things that they said. Faith, please make sure they are looking nice. So, Faith spoke about, pulling up your sleeves and being ready to do the work, which is not always glamorous. A lot of getting dirty, if I can say, goes in there. It's not always glitz and glam. Madame Gina also spoke about the 3 Ps I find very important: people, performance, and purpose. Talking about how relationships are important, who you work with, the purpose for which you're there, and also the performance. Madame Gina, please, I'm applying to be added to your WhatsApp of mentees. So I'm taking advantage of the occasion. She's not heard me. But also, Precious said something very interesting. She said that when you offer your service for free and you do it well, the time comes and you'll be paid to do even better. I think that was also important. And Aviel sort of challenged us all when she talked about advising her younger self and telling her younger self not to hold back, but be bold. I think those are key. Thank you, ladies, for that conversation. In a bit, we'll be going outside for a break for cocktail and networking. But do we have questions, audience? If we have questions, we can take 2 or 3. Okay, so I see a hand over there. Can I get the microphone there? Great.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Rachel Aluti. I want to ask the founder and also other executives if there are plans to help us as women in PR learn languages.
Sorry, Faith, there's a question for you.
Yeah, I want to ask the founder and the executives as well if
Women in PR has plans to help us in learning languages, especially international languages. Because for me, I would like to say that I have been blessed or maybe favored to learn the French language, and I realized that it has opened so many doors for me that I didn't imagine that I would have been able to open or get into rooms where I have never imagined that I could even enter. And so if there are plans in place to help us learn languages, it will be very beneficial, because now we are in a global world, and if some women here can speak maybe French, Spanish, Portuguese, anything, it would help boost our confidence when we are in certain rooms. And so that's just my question.
All right, thank you so much. My response to you first: are you a student or a professional member of Women in PR?
I'm a professional member, just new.
How long have you been part of it?
Maybe I'll say 7 months.
Okay, all right. So I asked because I know our students and professionals, we've done our part. We try to do our part. Year on year, what we do is we collect data or survey to know what the needs of our members are, and we create a year-long calendar as part based on some of these feedback. So it's well noted, and maybe along the line we'll include that into our plan for next year or the subsequent years.
Okay, thank you. There's somebody behind you. You could give the microphone to them.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to ask if public relations is only relevant in the corporate world, because I also want to be hearing that maybe there are other areas that we can explore as PR people, and it doesn't have to only be in a particular office. It doesn't only have to be basically in the corporate setting. Is there a way PR can be entrepreneurial? I mean, I don't know if my question I don't know if my question is clear. Thank you.
All right, so you're asking the right person. I'm also an entrepreneur. I started my own PR. I registered in 2012. I had no experience. I had finished school. I wanted to do fashion PR because I read it online. And I looked around, there was no company doing fashion PR. I didn't know who to go to mentor me. So I started my own company. And so there's entrepreneurship. And I think some of the sessions we've had, some of the summits we've had in the past had focused on even charting a path as a PR person. So it's not only about corporate PR, or it's not only about corporate communications. There are agencies. So Emma is here and they are one of our sponsors. Emma is the Chief Director of Global Media Alliance. They are an agency. An agency, they represent different clients or different companies, right? There's Mahogany Consult. They are also one of our sponsors for this year. They represent different companies. So aside agencies, the corporate communications, there are individual consultants as well. So you even have the opportunity to work with individual. I think Efwa mentioned that she's an independent consultant. And there are companies that you can, go to and learn from. So, like I said, I specialize in fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. And I know there are people who are also publicists. So there's entertainment PR. There's even the development sector where you can also specialize in as a PR person. So take the opportunity to learn or to get closer to any of these senior professionals so they can guide you on how to chart a path for yourself. I hope I've done justice to your question.
In fact, you have butchered it. We are grateful. Everybody will get some of the meat. Okay, thank you very much. I think that let's be reminded that there's one more. Do I have permission to take more? If she will make it snappy, just one. Please give the microphone to her. Please make it quick.
Please share a short word of encouragement for maybe someone who is here and is just 2 months old as a public relations specialist, making so many mistakes and feels like, did I do the right thing to, change my career path? Thank you very much.
Words of encouragement. I think the previous speakers have said a lot. Our stories may have inspired you. Like I mentioned just a few seconds ago, when I finished school, I didn't know Jack, right? But it takes you to invest in yourself. It takes you to take advantage of spaces like this. Before you would have come here, you probably should have done some research about some of the speakers that will be here and see whether the path they've taken aligns or in a way looks like what you want to be. And go and read about them, find out what they do, get closer to them and see how they can also help you. So this is why we do this, so that in times when you are not certain, there's a community of women in PR to come to your aid. Okay. And there are lots. It's not just me. The president is here. The executives are here. Our members, a lot of our members are in here. They're professional members. So find somebody within the community and connect with and ask all the 1,000 questions that you have. Okay. Thank you.
The past, when I make mistakes, I will just beat myself up the whole time, and it takes you days back. It really takes a lot away from you. Mistakes are okay. We heard from the lady, but make sure that you don't repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Whenever there's a mistake, it's an opportunity for you to learn from it and ensure, tell yourself that this particular thing, it will never happen again, and then move on. But don't beat yourself such that you go back to your shell and instead of progressing, you are going back and then it becomes a problem. Okay, so that's what I want to add to it.
Thank you for adding that. Well, I think let's be reminded that we're also on social media, right? And so the nuggets that you pick from the conversations, the pictures that you took, do well to share them on social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, X, what again, TikTok, and do tag Women in PR. At this moment, I think we can take a break for cocktail and networking. When we come back, we've got another powerful woman giving us a conversation. And shall I go ahead and reveal who she is and what she's going to talk about? No, so that we'll all come back. Anna, exactly. Okay, so we'll come back for another powerful conversation. But it's time to for the cocktail and networking. Make sure to say hello to everybody. If you haven't met anybody before, please, me, I'm here. Come and say hello. Madam Founder is here. The executives are here. There are lots of people. AC and her team, Doc, they are all here from Mahogany Consult. So it's time to take that break. Great. Yes. Yes. And I know that we've had a wonderful...
Every year, local youth in Newmont, Ahafo South's host communities and across Ghana prepare for a chance to be enrolled into one of Newmont's skills development programs. Olivia is hopeful that she will pass the entrance exams and join the 2025 batch of the apprenticeship program representing her community. For Kenneth and other trainees already in the program, every day is a step closer to mastery.
I never imagined I'd be here. Each day brings new skills and new challenges.
Through a range of targeted skills development programs, Newmont is turning ambition into capability and potential into progress.
My name is Lovens with the apprenticeship program.
I'm Rahina too with the 3LP program.
I'm Janet with the Female Tapak program.
I'm Abdurrahman with the Graduate Trainee program.
The Scalable Apprenticeship Training Program equips young people with employable skills in mining and process maintenance. Since inception, 197 enrolled, 178 graduated, and 157 are employed, an 88% success rate.
This program is a transformative opportunity. While it is not a job guarantee, most graduates find employment and build lasting careers.
For Olivia, the next hurdle is the entrance exam, a gateway to her future. The Equipment Operation Learnership trains local women in mining. In 2019, it began a journey of inclusion, producing 30 female graduates.
People once said this job wasn't for women. Today, I operate heavy machinery with pride.
Training is intensive, balancing theory with hands-on practice. Each day brings them closer to excellence.
It's tough, but every day I learn something new. It's preparing me for a real career.
Behind every successful trainee is the dedication of trainers who guide, mentor, and challenge them to reach their full potential.
It is not just about teaching technical skills. We instill discipline, teamwork, and confidence. Watching them grow into professionals is the most rewarding part of this job.
For engineering graduates, the Subika Underground Graduate Learnership develops future mining leaders with specialized expertise. Since 2018, 40 enrolled, with 65% from our host communities. At grassroots level, the Local Learnership Program, 3LP, gives pre-tertiary graduates underground mining skills through 2 years of intensive on-the-job training. After weeks of waiting, Olivia successfully made it into the Scalable Apprenticeship Program.
When Newmont called me and told me I had passed the exams, I knew my life had changed forever.
For current trainees, every day ends with pride in progress. Beyond training, success is evident in the many graduates now working with Newmont and its contractors, turning skills into careers and transforming communities.
I graduated from the apprenticeship program, and today I'm proud to say I work with Newmont.
The training prepared me for this job. I am now supporting my family and mentoring others.
At Newmont Ahafo South, we don't just mine gold, we mine potential. From the spark of a dream to the pride of a profession, these programs transform lives. Each graduate carries more than skills. They carry hope for their families, strength for their communities, and vision for Ghana's future. This is more than training. This is empowerment. This is the promise of Ahafo.
Climate change and universal access to cleaner energy are two of the most pressing challenges of our time. Protecting the planet for future generations, accelerating energy transition, and providing reliable electricity should be addressed simultaneously. Today, about 1 in 5 people have no access to electricity at all. Access to electricity is vital for human development as much as it is for the economic and social development of countries. Our solution is the PowerShip, a modern-day floating power plant. Developed, designed, and built entirely by Karpowership. PowerShip is a multi-beneficial turnkey solution that delivers power within days. Karpowership provides the highest efficiency with multi-fuel flexibility and the lowest cost of delivered power. Karpowership's offer is unique and game-changing, delivering the most reliable mid to long-term power supply. Powerships are constructed in Europe's biggest shipyard in Istanbul, Turkey. Our team of in-house marine, electrical and power engineers carry out the design and construction process for each ship. Now, the Powership is ready to sail to any part of the world to connect to the grid for immediate power supply. Unlike conventional power plants, Powerships offer a fast-track power supply without any financing, construction, or completion risks, saving valuable time. Once at its final destination, side mooring is followed by fuel and electrical interconnection. Powerships light up people's lives. Today, Karpowership's fleet has an installed capacity of more than 7,000 megawatts. We supply to the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Ecuador, Brazil, Senegal, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau,
Years ago, MTA wanted to employ persons with disability as part of their inclusive program, and then by God's grace, yeah, I got it.
Women's empowerment means giving every woman an equal basis to be able to participate in how our business grows. As MTN, we have an obligation, in fact a responsibility, to empower our women, because our women add a different dimension to our organization. And it's not just a target for me as CEO and for us as leadership. It's about good business having an organization that is representative of all cultures and all genders.
As an executive who is a woman, and given the responsibility I have for sustainability, women's empowerment is personal. I have been to a large extent the product of structures and support systems, be they formal or informal, that have allowed me to rise. It is that kind of support and more that I crave for all women.
Within the business, historically, we've had several programs that help women to learn and grow in leadership. And I'm a beneficiary of Rising Leaders. And programs such as the Yellow Ladies Network is meant to empower women and give them the capabilities and the confidence they need to rise up into leadership levels.
I was a crutches user. The management saw that movement was quite difficult for me. And to my surprise, getting the new wheelchair, which is the electronic wheelchair, I'm so happy.
Mentorship to me has broken my cultural barrier of being afraid.
I recall when I transitioned from customer experience to Mobile Money Limited, I felt imposter syndrome in a male-dominated space. So I took advantage of the mentorship program. Ultimately, I was able to progress.
The improvements aspect has been phenomenal.
In MTN Ghana, inclusivity is central to what we believe in. We believe that we have a big role to play in advancing the cause of all genders in our society, and that is tied strategically to what we want to do as part of our 2030 ambition to balance our organization 50-50, on gender lines. Women can do more if they are given the opportunity to do more.
Women's empowerment at MTN Ghana is not a CSR initiative. It is a strategic imperative.
At MTN, empowering women means creating equal opportunities,
increasing our representation,
giving women the chance to be themselves,
being intentional about supporting women to unlock their full potential in leadership,
giving us the enabling environment that can allow us to perform and to thrive.
Climate change and universal access to cleaner energy are two of the most pressing challenges of our time. Protecting the planet for future generations, accelerating energy transition, and providing reliable electricity should be addressed simultaneously. Today, about 1 in 5 people have no access to electricity at all. Access to electricity is vital for human development as much as it is for the economic and social development of countries. Our solution is the PowerShip, a modern-day floating power plant. Developed, designed and built entirely by Karpowership. PowerShip is a multi-beneficial turnkey solution that delivers power within days. Karpowership provides the highest efficiency with multi-fuel flexibility and the lowest cost of delivered power. Karpowership's offer is unique and game-changing, delivering the most reliable mid- to long-term power supply. PowerShips are constructed in Europe's biggest shipyard in Istanbul, Turkey. Our team of in-house marine, electrical and power engineers carry out the design and construction process for each ship. Now, the PowerShip is ready to sail to any part of the world to connect to the grid for immediate power supply. Unlike conventional power plants, PowerShips offer a fast-track power supply without any financing, construction, or completion risks, saving valuable time. Once at its final destination,